Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And hopefully you all can hear me today. I guess we'll see. Let me look over here to make sure. We don't want it to be 3 weeks in a row. The audio is fine. That's awesome. We are here today, folks. We are featured stories that we're going to be looking at. RFK Jr. says COVID was designed to spare Jews and Chinese people. Ted Cruz and Amy Klobuchar want to use the law to prevent us from accessing any information about them and their families. This little perquisite for politicians so that they can do whatever they want without repercussion. Non-whites now called white supremacists. Maybe take a look at that. Should white people pay reparations? A video that we will review. And Tucker Carlson is creating a new media empire. Can you believe it? Just a little bit of update on that. We're going to have Brant for a swash through a little bit later in this gathering. The great Brant Danger, Dean Danger, School of the West. Yizz will have on for 30 minutes talking about the Shieldings Conference and her blog post, Why We Always Lose. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. The zoo's female silverback gorilla, known as Ugly Bertha, was going crazy, and the vet on staff had a grave prognosis. She's in her mating season, and after a lifetime of captivity, if she doesn't mate, she'll die. The zoo administrator was in a bind. There wasn't enough money to bring in a male silverback gorilla for mating, so he hatched a plan. If a human put on a gorilla costume, Ugly Bertha was now so crazy she wouldn't know the difference. After offering $500, all that the zoo had to offer, to every zoo employee, and being rejected outright every time, he approached the zoo's janitor, Sanford. Sanford wasn't married, and he hadn't scored a date in a decade, so there wouldn't be an angry wife or girlfriend to object to the scheme. Sanford, we need someone to wear this gorilla costume. Ugly Bertha is in heat, and if she doesn't mate soon, she'll die. I hope you can see the gravity of this situation. I know it's weird and disgusting, but hey, $500. What do you think? Sanford scratched his chin as he eyed Ugly Bertha pulling ticks from her hide. Then he nodded his head. I'll do it, but I need a few weeks to get the money together. I guess we'll see if the audio is back again. It is a great Sunday evening. Wonderful to be with every one of you here, going free once again in Virginia. Audio is still fine. Thank you, the great Sloths. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we're going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's the middle of summer, and WordConqueror, you can call today. Absolutely. It's great to see everybody here today. How does that song go? I'm going to raise a fuss. I'm going to raise a holler about working all summer just to try to earn $1. Every time I call my baby trying to get a date, the boss says, no die, son, you gotta work late. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Middle of summer here, we're going free, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having as much fun as we are. Maybe not as much fun as Sanford is having. But if you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, you can do so over at Entropy, which is up and running right now to cost of 15% to you. It goes to those wonderful people there who are keeping free speech alive. The question widget will not work. If you do not or are not able to financially gift over on that platform, you can send a message to them over on their server, Discord server, at Entropy, directed to Rachel, and she will be happy to answer your questions. You may also financially gift over the course of this gathering on DLive in their funny little cryptocurrency, and over on Odyssey in their funny little cryptocurrency as well, or cash dollars. I'll be looking at both of those places. The primary place, of course, or one of the main places, is Cash App, that you may financially gift over the course of this gathering. Over to my right, your left, it'll take a cryptocurrency, it'll take cash dollars, and I'll be keeping an eye because everybody who financially gifts will be able to have their question or comment read, even if I have to alter it a tiny bit to protect myself, this channel, and the great work we do in service to white well-being, including these champions who are Team White Well-Being. What's the rest of that song? Something about Mama, Papa told me, son, you gotta make some money. If you want to use a car to go riding next Sunday. Well, I didn't go to work. Told the boss I was sick. Now you can't use a car because you didn't work a lick. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, because there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. The next part has something to do with Unitions, I think. But financially gift with a cryptocurrency, and we have 5 wallets. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. Nowhiteguilt.org. Clicked on the cryptocurrency tab. You'll drop down. You'll see the currency, the 5 cryptocurrencies we use, and that'll be anonymous. And I can read your gift, a subsequent reek, and we will salute you in anonymity, which is what we will do here. Nonetheless, you may also find there a snail mail address at which you can write to yours truly and send me wonderful things, love letters, and anything else that you would like to send. Although the mail bag today seems to be empty. So sadness, deep sadness. But before we get into any deeper of sadness, we are going to celebrate the great with our swashbuckling announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Andrei Moisejev was that opening piece that we played. Isn't he glorious? Make sure you follow him. I got to get his link for his YouTube channel, but make sure you follow Andrei Moisejev, the great composer in service to white well-being. One of the greatest alive on planet Earth. We're going to celebrate again. Get out your Raucous emojis. Keep them going. Just keep the 007s, 07s, Raucous emojis, 95s going. Clouds and lightning and animals and whatever else you feel like throwing up there on the screen. Diamonds and crowns. We're going to celebrate again that we had on here not very long ago the one and only Dr. Carol Swain. Can you believe it? Dr. Carol Swain was on with us, ladies and gentlemen. It was glorious conversation, and she used anti-whiteism, of course, as you remember. Give it up. Celebrate the great Dr. Carol Swain, and we're going to keep the celebration going for the great Seamus McCarthy's kicking ass over there on Twitter. God bless that gentleman. Raucous emojis, 007s for that champion. Also, I've seen over on Twitter recently, really rocking it, Melissa Cathcart. Give it up for Melissa Swash. Let's get out the flags. Get out them swashbuckling flags, because that's what swashbuckling announcements are all about, ladies and gentlemen, is the swashbuckling flags. Give it up there. Also, who else do we have here? Anti-whiteism in fiction. I've seen swashbuckling flags for that champion. Also, RIP Cannon Hennant over there on Twitter as well. Swashbuckling flags, swords and crossing swords and shields and all of that wonderful stuff for Swashbuckling. Capital Punishment as well. We're going to give it up for I've seen rocking it and taking on people and having conversations. Anna Charity, our very own Anna Charity. Make sure you celebrate Anna Charity. She just posted not that long ago a great little video over there on her YouTube channel, YouTube Shorts. She is at Anna Speaks Out 2964 on YouTube. Make sure swashbuckling flags for Anna Charity and the great work that she's doing as a content creator in service to white well-being. You'll love the video. Yours truly is in it. I'm doing a little bit of dancing there to what is it? White Sheep. No, what is it? Black Sheep, White Boy by RC the Realist. And she put that all together. Swashbuckling for the great Anna Speaks Out. Again, our champion, our very own, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Franklin. Give it up for his IRL wallpapering of the state of Virginia. It's everywhere. It's somewhere and everywhere across the great state of Virginia. He is a glorious gentleman, and we salute him. Swashbuckling flags. Make sure he gives out lots of animals. Make sure you give him some animals along with them. Swashbuckling flags that gentleman deserves. All over the state of Virginia, the world is being spread to good people far and wide. God bless this hero, Franklin, Terminator Franklin, of all things anti-white. God bless you, champion. We love you. 21,000 subs. We have finally made it to 21,000 subs over there on Twitter. Let's celebrate that. Twitter has the lockdown on the work that we are doing here, ladies and gentlemen. They're not letting anybody through. They're not letting anybody through, but we still made it. We inch along. We're not stopping. We're not going to stop no matter how much the musky man, no matter how much the musky musk is going to try to keep us down. We're going to keep pushing. Make no mistake, the platform is no longer free, but we're going to keep pushing. We've made it to 21,000 on Twitter, and it's worth some celebration with some raucous emojis. What else do we have here? Victorian Time Traveler just had a meeting of the Four Corners GFC just the other day, and it was completely epic, ladies and gentlemen, because he was over there and he was talking about that movie that came out about child sex trafficking and what would we do with child sex traffickers if our justice system wasn't white erased, if our mores were not being white erased of this and every other Western country around planet Earth. We would be most merciless with them. I can say this to you. We would tickle them endlessly. You know this, ladies and gentlemen. So big attaboy and salute to Victorian Time Traveler, Four Corners GFC. What else we have before we wrap it up and we get right into the news? We have, let's see. Oh, yes. Doomed Mandy, a member of our community. She just had a baby number 7. Baby number 7. And this is a daughter of the West, a brand new, spanking new daughter of the West. Make sure you celebrate this. We know that daughter, this whole family is swashbuckling. She says this with her post, because we're going to send her some positive vibes. We're going to send some prayers. We're going to send some energy. She says, quote, from a hospital in East Texas, having just delivered baby number 7 via emergency C-section, greetings, salutations, love, and light to my white well-being community. Baby is doing well, but premature, 33 weeks and 3 days. And in the NICU, NICU, any prayers for our fast recovery and especially for her to be able to go home with us very soon are greatly appreciated. Go free. All caps, she writes with an exclamation point. Now that is one powerful, wonderful mama. Let's send out those prayers and energy, folks, so that daughter of the West can just go home and begin that life of reclamation of our destiny, a glorious world she will grow into. The Artificer, also we're celebrating the Artificer, and then Promethean healing. And then we're going to get into the news of the day. The Artificer was over there on TikTok, came across a live stream over there, whatever they call it over there. And the person was being anti-white. He says this, little success today, reported a TikTok live incident for anti-white sentiments and inciting hatred against protected attributes, told them they were reported, called them out, and they decided to close the TikTok live instead of facing the Autoban. Autoban, much better than Autobots. And folks, we are not your brainless, dickless conservative types that are out there. Not all conservatives are that way, but we are not that type, because they would say, no, I think they should have the right to speak and be as anti-white as they want to. No, that's not what we say. We say everybody who's anti-white should be silenced. We say that every product on planet Earth should be saying on it, don't be anti-white. It's immoral, it's a sin, and it's illegal. That's what we would like. So big swashbuckling to the artificer for getting that anti-white POS shut down. Shut them all down. Shut them down on every platform you can. By any means, you can get them shut down. You heard me. Hear me twice. Hear me 3 times. Shut them all down when they're anti-white. And folks, we don't celebrate the great Promethean healing enough, but we're going to celebrate him today. I want you to get out hardcore swash for this gentleman. 007s and fire in the chat. Make it loud. Make it proud. Raise the roof off this mother. Let your neighbors know that we have only just begun, my friends. Promethean Healing writes this wonderful comment. Celebrate this gentleman for all the good work that he does in service to white well-being. Quote, we have an environment where someone who is pure of heart and has a uniquely successful method for making a positive change in Western civilization is shadow banned into oblivion, and merit is met with petty, two-faced defamation rather than praise and admiration. Absolutely shameful. Thank you, Jason, for being a slightly older guy I can go to for reliable advice. Thank you for dedicating your life to finding the way to save our people, and indeed all good people in the West, from anti-whiteism and continuously improving. God bless you, the great Promethean Healing. And we will go out with 20 seconds. And if you don't like Promethean Healing, why, you can just go and free yourself. All right, it's great to see everybody. What a glorious day. What an absolutely glorious day. I don't know the rest of the words of that song, but it has something to do with a congressman. I'm gonna take 2 weeks, gonna have a vacation. I'm gonna take my problem to the United Nations. Well, I called my congressman and he said, quote, I'd like to help you, son, but you're too young to vote. Sometimes I wonder what I'm gonna do, cause there ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Southern Bloom is here. Franklin, the champion. TJ is here. First Last is first, and he'll be last out the door. Great to see you, brother. Coconut. Wonderful to see you, sister Stephanie. Great to see you, sister Samuski. Wonderful, brother. There's the great Slots 07s. Thank you to everybody for celebrating. Southern Bloom celebrating. Coconut celebrating. Matt is here. Trigger Warning is here. Azimuth, Clark, Spud. Hello, sister. Welcome. East Van Tony, Lavish. Great to see you, sister. Sail Away is here. Ivan the Horrible. Great to see you, brother. Hoax is here. So many champions have shown up, and we're going to be getting into this. Montana Kid is here just for fun. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning to all the anti-whites who have shown. There's the great Brant Danger, who will be swashing through over the course of this gathering. And Brant, where would be the best place to send the link? Would it be to you by email? Because I can do that if that's what you would like, good sir. Please email me so it's at the top of my email if that's the way you would like me to send you the link for the swash through. Today, Dr. Frost is in the house in the middle of summer. There's the one and only, folks. He goes without even a name. He is so well known. You could just feel his power. It is the one and only ForNull. Wonderful to see you, champion. Wonderful to see you indeed. What is this? What is this? I'm getting nonsense here on the phone. Great to see you all, though. Promethean Kitchen is here. Wonderful, wonderful, brother. Biospirit of the West is in the house. Great to see you, champion, leader, and champion. Dai is with us. Hello to you and welcome. All right, well, we got a house filling up. We're happy to see everybody with Matt. And there's the great Elaine Sabatino and J.C. Denton. Two regular champions in service to white. There she is. There's Yizz the Unifier. Yizz the Unifier is with us today. Why don't we go ahead and we're going to open up this little piece of news right here. What do you think of this, ladies and gentlemen? What do you think of this? RFK Jr. says COVID, he doesn't say May, or does he say May? Maybe he does say May. May have been ethnically targeted to spare Jews. And he says that he is some sort of like official on bio weapons because he wrote a book, I think is what he says here. I like this guy's face here. Doesn't this guy's like, I'm trying to support you in the hopes that I could get a job in a White House. And this is, I don't know if I can sit here beside you saying this. Although, does he really say it? He kind of like chokes it out because that's how this guy talks. I mean, you go from one incapacitated corpse in chief to another if you're the Democrats. Good God. Elaine Sabatino saying hello. Slots. Great to see you all. By email, Sloth says. By email. Well, we'll make that happen, brother. Let's go ahead and see what... maybe we can listen to a little bit of this. How about we speed it up? No, we can't do that. We'll just do this. Oh, turn on the sound.
Well, I know a lot now about bioweapons.
Okay. Can you all hear that? It sounded like bioweapons. Did anybody else hear that? And then we will proceed. Owning anti-white goblins is with us. I highly doubt he was Jay-spurging, but it still made him look bad. No, I don't think he's Jay-spurging. I don't think he is, but he's reading. Is that just a wrinkle on his neck, or does he have an earpiece in? Oh boy, you know the conspiracy nuts out there are gonna say it's a rubber mask. It's a rubber mask. He's actually a gremlin.
Because I've been doing a book on it for the past.
Okay, so he said he wrote a book there. If you can understand him, I can barely understand him. Adam is here.
2.5 years, and you know the
wrote
about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years.
Oh, he's been doing a book on it. I think that's what it sounds like to me.
And you know the technology that we now have.
He is like it just as an aside, as a by the by, he is like a cross between Kumswallowa and the corpse in chief, isn't he? He will explain the most basic things, like he's talking to kindergartners. And then he's also like the brain. I mean, this face that he's making right here is perfect for what's happening inside of his head.
All these micro, we have
if just spit it out, buddy. Spit it out. We're trying to hear what you're saying. We're trying to get the point.
Hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing.
All right, so an admission about it from RFK, at least, about trying to create ethnic targeting weapons. Interesting. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted.
Now, if you all remember at the very beginning, well, not immediately, as once we were, I don't know, several months into it, they started talking about the receptors that the virus targeted. And then it was an easy step to, well, the different groups have different quantities of those receptors.
COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately.
Now, just to lay it out there, of course, I'm totally submissive to the World Health Organization and CDC, even when they disagree. Having said that, and just thinking, being rational, are there diseases out there that target, natural diseases that target different races? I mean, the ear is against the door. If you look in the medical community, I believe you might find, if you look in the medical literature, that this group gets X disease more often than other groups. This group gets this disease more often. And that's because of biological differences. That's because of physical differences that, of course, in anti-whiteism, you have to say don't exist. Everybody's just the exact same carbon copy of some original cockroach on planet Earth. But this seems to be the case, and it also seems to be the case, obviously check into it for yourself, that there are medicines that are designed for specific groups. And please check into that if that's true or not. You can ascertain for yourself, because the ear is against the door, and CNN would tell you otherwise. So I'm inclined to think that you wouldn't have to develop COVID-19 to exclude for the virus to ipso facto exclude certain groups, because some groups are going to be more receptive naturally to whatever it is that the root viruses that they are manipulating are prone to infect and harm. Doesn't mean that it can't be modified to be more specific, but you just look at a virus and how quickly it changes. You just look at how, and I'm not saying this, of course, but just look at how COVID-19 and its variants, how it sprouted variants, and how these have become attenuated by the circulation, meaning that they're changing. And generally speaking, and that's what I read, and generally speaking, viruses get weaker over time so that they can survive. Again, this is what I've read. Look into it for yourself. They only live inside of a human being. That's the place where they live. Unless they're zoonotic, then they can also live in animals. But they don't like live in your shed, right? It's not like the new homeless guy that lives in your shed that the government is not going to let you throw out of your shed or burn your shed down for the fun of it or whatever it is. The virus can't live there. It can only live in you. So if it kills you too quickly before it moves on, then it's dead. It's got to be able to live and do its thing. And so viruses change. They're very mutable. They are not immutable. They want to change in the environment. So it strikes me as unlikely, at least, that a ethnically targeting bioweapon would be a high on the likelihood of use for anybody. It would any nation, for any country, because it would change and it would make its way elsewhere, and who knows what the outcome would be. Far more likely, at least in my thinking, that if there's going to be a bioweapon, it would be designed to cause mass sickness so that the population you infected it with would get weak, not necessarily die, but could. But then it would run its course rapidly so that when your conquering troops came in, they would not all be getting it and dying as well. But let's hear what he has to say.
The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors.
Golly. Could you imagine going from Biden to that? The Democrats, where are they on choices? Stop trying to pick white people, Democrats. Just stop it. Just stop. Why do you keep trying to pick white people to be your candidates and be in charge? Just go ahead, white erase all the white people from your party so it can just be as clear as day No white people here, no white people helped. But of course, they're not. The answer to my question is they still need a shit ton of white voters to be anti-white as Democrats.
Of the ACE2 receptor.
And there it is, the ACE2 receptor.
COVID-19 is targeted.
I love this guy's.
Caucasians and
Look at his face. He's like,
black people. The people who are most immune are.
So he said it targets whites and blacks.
Ashkenazi Jews
There.
and Chinese. But we don't.
So we have these numbers about deaths in China from it. Are those numbers true? Are they inflated? Are they deflated? I mean, you see these arguments every direction. So, of course, somebody who could argue like, oh, it was created by the jaywalkers. And they just really, I mean, that's what a J-Spurg would do. It was created by the jaywalker. And this is what they would want to talk about all day long, even though they couldn't do anything about it, just demonstrating how ineffective and feckless they actually are. But the jaywalkers created it. Why do they want to keep the Chinese alive? I don't know. It doesn't matter. So they want to get rid of the white people and black people with this cold that in populations who are very ill can kill them, or quite ill can kill them, especially COVID when it first came out. Of course, that might that it had when it first hit the scene and was taking people to the hospital very ill was attenuated as it was passed from person to person. But that's what these kind of folks would argue, that they just want to keep the Chinese alive. What are they gonna? They're gonna hook up with the Chinese? Is that the whole idea there, buddy?
I don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic difference. Okay,
so do you see the way he crafted the sentence? And then he says it's targeted, it's targeting, and it is it's going easy for sparing these other groups, kind of like other diseases. Like, does sickle cell anemia target black? I'm sure you're going to have some conspiracy theorists jump up. Probably some tarred Jonesian conspiracy theorists. Oh, the Nazis behind it all created it to kill black people. Okay. So is it targeting black people and then sparing the others? If you're targeting, then it's, unless you're anthropomorphizing the virus itself, then you're speaking about human intervention. And so that's how he walked himself into this scenario. What do you think he's going to do now? Do you think he's going to walk backwards? Has he done the moonwalk yet? Has he done the Michael Jackson moonwalk yet and apologize?
Impact to that. We do know that
here's the thing for the J-Spurgs out there. They would say, well, since every time you want to say any criticism of Jews, well, then they ruin you. It's called Yizz law. Yizz law. That's what it's called. Learn it. Naming them ruins you. And then they say, well, when you blame white people, nothing happens. There's another reason why for that. The one that is the truth, the one that you don't get, the one that we get and you don't, and that is white people don't see themselves as a group, and they don't give a shit about each other. A lot of Jewish people out there see themselves as a group. Not all, but a lot of them. And they give a shit about each other. That's why. So when you want to find the problem, you need to look in the mirror. Democrat presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. dished out wild COVID-19 conspiracy theories this week during a press event at an Upper East Side restaurant, claiming the bug was genetically engineered bioweapon that has been ethnically targeted to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people. It just so happens that a lot of Jews, Jewish families, they're not just Ashkenazi. They have Sephardic, other bloodline in them as well. They have family members who are Sephardic as well. So that just happens to be the case. Kennedy floated the idea during a question and answer portion of raucous booze. We know about raucous, don't we? Raucous booze and fart-filled dinner. What? This is at Tony D. Napoli on East 63rd Street. Really? So they're just really trivialized. I wonder if the author is one of the individuals in question. Let's see. Oh, might be. John, it might be. How dare he? COVID-19, there is an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately, Kennedy said. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. Why? I wonder why he didn't go the Negroid direction when he was using Caucasian. I wonder why. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. We don't know whether it was deliberately targeted or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial ethnic differential and impact. Kennedy hedged. Okay, which is to imply, you see the author's bias there, don't you? He's saying he hedged it. So the implication is that he was absolutely saying it's a fact, but he wanted a little bit of ground of deniable plausibility. He can walk, but he's hedged it some. He hedged it some, didn't he, Levine? In between bites of a linguine and clams. So I have to say it like that because of the Southern European that's in me. Every time I get close to that word, just linguine, a linguine. I love the video. Somebody has to find the video of the actual Italian guy who's got he's got dirty blonde hair, I think. And I think he even had blonde or blue eyes rather. And he listens to this guy from New York, a video in New York. And what was the guy talking about? I don't know, whether ravioli or something. And he was saying, he was like this total stereotypical Guido type, just gross as the day is long. And he was saying, oh, you got to say it this way. And it was all just, and then the Italian guy, speaking in Italian, so there's subtitles. He's like, that's not how we say it at all, dumbass. Oh, but he's Italian. He's Italian. He was born nowhere near Italy, but okay. So it's a linguine. Kennedy, 69. I think they missed the number one above the 69. 169. Warned of more dire biological weapons in the pipeline, with a 50% infection fatality rate. Well, all the conspiracy theory folks are going to be going nuts now, aren't they? That would make COVID-19 look like a walk in the park. Guess what didn't happen? Oh, let's take a breath. Let's go into we'll get into the meditative. What do they do? That's our mantra. We get into the meditative state and we remember, Jason saying, don't panic. Society isn't going to shut down. Paratroopers are not going to come in with uniforms covered in syringes that they're hugging to your bodies. Remember that? Remember all the people out there? Remember buying the extra freezers that would need electricity, that wouldn't be available if society crashed? Oh boy. Yes, there is always a push, because this is what the human animal does, to centralize, simplify, take out as many of the bumps and links, etc. That's always there. That's why the people who aren't in power always have to be pushing back. That's one of the reasons why the founding fathers tried to craft something for generations to come that is failing, unfortunately. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. You know the only way to really do this is, as I've said, for us. I mean, if we really want to distinguish ourselves for all time, we need to become a different species. Western kind needs to become a different species, and maybe that's the next sort of evolutionary leap. Or if there isn't an evolutionary, if there is an evolution, then some sort of modification to become a completely different species. Then you'll have these stark divisions. They're collecting Russian DNA. They're collecting Chinese DNA, so we can target people by race. Why would they be collecting Russian DNA? Are they going to be? Is that sort of the mainstream claim that it's Russia's the boogeyman, and so they're in cahoots, and they're going to be and they're going to end up releasing the bioweapon. All right. Growing consensus among U.S. intelligence agencies that COVID-19 was man-made and escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China. But there is no evidence it was designed to spare certain religious groups or ethnicities. Why throw in religious groups? He didn't say religious groups, Levine. He didn't say religious groups. It's kind of like you're putting words in his mouth. Kind of like you're trying to make it's already bad enough, Levine. And Kennedy offered no studies to support his claims. Presumably he will in his book, right? I mean, he's at dinner and drunk and it's fart filled. So he's just talking out of his, you know what I'm saying? And then, oh, here we go again. Kennedy's well-worn anti-Semitic literature blaming Jews for the emergence and spread of coronavirus and circular. Come on. Whatever. All I care about is, are you going to be anti-white? And if you are, we will shut you down. Let me see what you all are saying about that. We'll get into this video about should white people pay slavery reparations? Or should we talk about Cruz next? What would you like? How do you like Cruz trying to set up a scenario where the politicians, they can do what they want, and then you won't have access to find out about them. You won't have access to know who they are, where they are, or who their families are, where their families are. That sounds like a serious recipe for some hardcore tyranny. And that's Ted Cruz. That's Ted Cruz, anti-white Republican extraordinaire. What would you all like to do first? Ted Cruz or the video of a Chinese man descended speaking to other non-white people about should white people, I think there are white people in there too, should they pay reparations? We can just get a little bit of insight into how is the phone ringing while I'm on. That shouldn't be happening. I will shut you down, phone. Make no efforts to contact me while I am going free. Already watched it. Yeah, but do you have my opinions? See, that's the problem. For those of you out there who have said before, Jason, instead of interrupting the clip, you should just play it first. Well, that's right there is the reason why I don't. One of the main reasons. The other reason is I'll get hit with copyright strikes if I just play a video and just kind of like sit back and watch it with y'all. But the other reason is that people will watch it and then they'll say, okay, I'm done. Don't start it over. I just watched it. Oh, Montana Kid said, is your mom calling you? Mama's calling. It's dinner time. No, it wasn't, but it is related to that. Victorian Time Traveler says, I knew a really overweight kid named Cruz. The name was very apt because if he turned too quickly and his belly hit you, you would go for a Cruz. That was a twist I didn't see coming in that story. Promethean Kitchen says, I know we would never get reparations for all the wrongs committed against us. No, we just need to be away. We just need the anti-whiteism to stop and it to be immoral, and everybody in society to believe it to be immoral, and then where and when we can, illegal, and then those who don't like it, white or non-white, can get the out. That's the bottom line. That's, I think, how we do this. That's how I know how we do this. Let me fire this up, and if it will work, for the love of Jason. All right, let me do this then. Maybe that'll pull it up. I don't know why this happens. and it just disappears. It's disappeared. Why is it disappeared? Why? I'm looking directly at the screen. It's there. Okay. Saved at the bell. Let's listen to a little bit.
Very racist.
Black people have been consistently oppressed.
Oh, America's very racist.
Are you a victim?
America is very racist.
Black-
Look at this woman here. America's very racist. Me and my family were allowed to come to Western civilization, a country created by white people, and the country is evil. That's what she starts off. What gratitude. Now, why is she in that mindset? Just to get started. Where is it that white people are victimizing all of these people from dawn till dusk all through the night? Where's it happening? Not in the real world. It's only happening in fiction. So for everybody out there, and that's what these going free gatherings are about. It's not just for me to tell you, look how bad it is, or look how dumb this goofy anti-white is. I mean, everybody else, you can go to the others for that. Here, we talk, we educate you, we enable you to take on anti-whites. And so we want to know, where is the world she's talking about? Does it make sense to cite statistics to her? Of course not. Of course. So for all of those people, American Renaissance followers, and think, oh, it's the data. It's the data. I got to point to the data. No. I know it's going to be a painful thing to learn, but no. There's no need for the data because the real world is immaterial to her. Fiction is the real world for her. So you have to go about contending with that very differently. And that is what we teach with the Go Free method. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? In the house of justice. Can I get an amen?
People have been consistently oppressed.
I think there's people that think they're victims and they're not.
So what groups should
Whoa, good for that guy. Amen. There, got some amen showing up.
receive reparations?
Make sure you raid the Foxtrot out of any other live streams where people are just wasting their time, and you share who and what we are. And you can do that whenever you want on your own free time. Don't bother anybody. Don't raid them, as I just said. But spread the love far and wide. Let people know that there's something they can actually do other than just recreate. Don't just go and recreate. I heard how bad it was today. Can you believe it? I got a story worse than yours.
start with Black people.
My community deserves it because of the things that we've been through.
His community deserves it because of the things that they've been through. The whole community. He deserves payment for what other people have in his community have undergone, the suffering or what have you, the privation that they've undergone. He looks like he's doing pretty well for himself, but he deserves for their suffering. It's a handy little illogical tool that the anti-whites provide, the anti-white, devious anti-white oligarchs provide the anti-whites in the streets that we have to end up dealing with, isn't it? It's these illogical, farcical tools. And so contending with it, getting online and looking at how awful it is for everybody in our community is not going to remedy anything. We have to find out how to address these people. We have to win the battles that are fought on the fields that matter today in this contest for our destiny.
Felt what they did. They need to pay that shit back. So I'm out here today, and the question
They need to pay that shit back. Yes.
I'm asking is, should Americans pay for reparations?
Depends. Who are we talking about?
In San Francisco, they're looking at
Who has to pay? That's where she's going. She's like, I'm an American, and so I shouldn't have to pay. Well, who are the Americans that should? Oh, you mean white people? That's who should just be paying you. That's a handy little trick, a handy little white guilting trick that you have going on there. Nice little highway robbery, you little anti-white POS. Nice little highway robbery.
increase taxes to pay reparations for black people, as well as universal basic income for trans people.
Modern
Had you all even heard this? That California wants to pay UBI for people who are transformers, imaginary males and imaginary females. Have you heard this? So you say to yourself, if you are a basic bitch conservative, you're going to say to yourself, oh, well, don't they understand that they're going to incentivize people to claim that they're transformers, and then the people who are not really transformers? And what we really want to do is we want to help those who are actual transformers. We don't want fake transformers. I mean, can you see them trying to own the anti-whites by claiming that they really actually are the ones who care about transgender people? You know that's going to be happening everywhere in the next, guaranteed, 2 years, everywhere you turn. Conservative content creators, not the audiences, they are the misled. Conservative content creators are going to be saying, well, we're the ones who actually care about the transgenders. Guaranteed.
day society should be paying reparations to the black people that you had mentioned just because of everything that they face. But
the black people for everything that they have faced. Folks, you can see how correct, with every comment coming out of these anti-whites' mouths, how correct the Go Free method is. You pull the lens up of the Go Free method and everything becomes crystal clear. You know where these people are coming from. You know where they got their understanding of the world, and that they can be completely passionate about it because it's not a lie for them. They can be completely self-righteous because it's not a lie for them. Their subconscious minds imbued the fiction as reality, and they go out into the world then, and they see themselves as characters in this movie, this anti-white narrative movie that we can only contend with because by getting out of it. So we have to get out of it, and we do so with the concepts that we teach in service to white well-being.
do not believe that we should be paying for trans people to not have to work.
Okay, her opinion right there, that she doesn't think we should be having to pay for trans people to not have to work. 100% guarantee. Revisit her in a year, and her opinion will have changed. Why? Because she's a white female, and this is the norm for most white females, not the women of the white women of the West that we have here in service to white well-being, but most white females. She's looking out at the world, and what she's saying, she's assessing how fashionable of an idea is it to fund transgender people to do nothing, to be transgender, to read storybooks to strip nude in front of children and show them their truth. I want to show you my truth. That's what they're saying. I want to show you my truth, little girl. All I got to do is take off my drawers and I'll show you my truth. And there'll be white mothers there, single mothers, with their daughters and sons to imbibe all that truth as he or she takes their drawers off. Once she learns that it is ideologically fashionable to say, yes, transformers should be given UBI, she'll change her tune in a heartbeat. Guaranteed.
I think it depends totally on the situation.
I guarantee.
Because like in your example, all black people, that's a huge demographic. Not every black person has been quote unquote oppressed.
I mean, especially
okay, that was like the conservative argument right there, right? Well, then, yeah, some should receive for eternity.
with black and trans people, I think that they're given a lot of like opportunities. Like I'm doing investment banking recruiting right now. I know for people for diversity, equity, inclusion,
Okay. He's saying I've got it at 1 1/4 speed. He's saying that he's recruiting for investment banking, and he obviously requested his face to be blurred out, or the Asian guy who is doing the interviewing has, knowing that this guy will be hunted down for sharing opinions that are heretical to anti-whiteism, decided to blur it out for him. My guess is that he asked. I can tell you right now, I have a lifetime of having friends in various industries and various positions where they have to hire contractors, they have to hire companies, they have to hire individuals. I've experienced it on the end of trying to get hired. Everywhere you look. Now he's saying it's DEI, which we call DIE, because that's what it does to the white race, to white people, and to everybody who opposes anti-whiteism. DIE, right now it's got that name for it. This has been going on, anti-whiteism, for our whole lives, our parents' whole lives. And there have been these programs in place saying you have to do this. You have to hire these people. You have to put these people first. You have to give them preferential treatment, special privileges, and freedom from responsibility. Even in flight school, even in the military, even when they are managing air traffic, whatever it is, they have to give preferential treatment. If you are giving somebody, some groups, preferential treatment, special privileges, freedom from responsibility, the only way to do that is to the detriment of someone else, another group. And there is only one group that you can morally, ethically, and legally discriminate against. Who is it? That's the group we talk about. So right now he's talking about being a recruiter for investment banking. And he's told that he has to give preferential treatment. But by way of this, the rubric today, forget about the rubric. DEI, forget about it. It doesn't matter. The anti-whiteism is what matters. Listen to this guy.
Can access the interviewing process a lot sooner and a lot earlier than I can, for example. I think Black Americans have an equal opportunity to achieve like anything that any other race can in the U.S.
How do you?
So he couched it as earlier access to the hiring opportunity. And that means that one of them is going to get the job, not the white person who maybe deserved the job, that did the work, that had the innate talents. Now what's going to happen to him? I wish I had the clip. I saw this clip the other day. This wretched, skank, anti-white old bitch, and white, skanky, anti-white bitch was saying, and this was like on NPR, I think, and she was in that sort of a lisping way, and she was like, oh, well, when we implement these like DEI strategies, it's a victimless scenario. No one is harmed by these. It's just benefiting. Really, bitch, that's how much you hate the white race. That's how much you hate Western kind. That's how much you hate young white people. That's how much you hate the formation of white families. That's how much you hate white parents being able to get health insurance for their white babies. That's how much you hate white Western kind. That's how much you hate, bitch. It's actually that she was actually saying, oh, it's victimless. No one is harmed. It's just a way to benefit people. It doesn't harm anybody. Oh, I know what it was. She was talking about affirmative action. That's what it was. Oh, it didn't harm anybody. It only benefited. It was only a positive in the world. It was only a positive in the world. Except all of the millions of lives that it ruined, the millions of lives that didn't get started because families weren't formed. That's all that it did. What a skanky, horrific, anti-white turd. Can you imagine trying to talk to this person any other way than with the method of go free?
Determine if a certain group is oppressed to be able to get those reparations. Obviously, if they're Black.
There's a lot of history in this country, and I think that to take a step to do right, just to go forward and say that we made this happen and we're sorry, and here's
a lot of history in this country. What history do you think he knows? Where did he pick it up from?
Way to bring you guys to a level of equality.
For the Black community specifically, reparations will go a long way, just because I think a lot of people don't really understand that our community is set up for failure sometimes. A lot of people come from homes that are not only just broken, but are financially illiterate, so they don't know how to use money. Giving them reparations would hopefully set them off with a bigger platform than what they generally would have.
That's a really.
I saw this little part here, and the Asian guy, I think, intentionally misrepresents the Black guy's point. The Black guy is not making the point, as far as I could tell, that being illiterate or ignorant of money management is something that has to be addressed before anybody could be given money. That's not what he was saying. But that's the way this guy favorably interprets it in order to have a conversation. And then the Black guy, the guy on the left, just goes with it because it sounds good.
Important point that you brought up, though, because you can give people money, but if they don't have the necessary skills to invest it or keep it or save it, then that'll be gone in seconds, right?
It could definitely do.
So he was actually saying, if you give them money, then they'll have a bigger platform, and presumably the implication there then is, well, it does the ignorance about investment will remedy itself with the ability to have the resource to make bad investments, to buy the garbage that you want to buy, your sneakers, your cell phones, new cell phone every time it comes out, the most expensive car. I can remember the story about a heavyweight boxer, a black heavyweight boxer, was on a date, and he pulled up to a dealership, didn't like the car he was driving, his car, and bought a brand new car to drive in, presumably also to impress the female. Insane impress her. But to impress the female, I guess he didn't feel like he himself was impressive enough. That's the way I feel, but maybe that's not the way he felt. But it demonstrates that you could have, depending on the person, you can have tons of money and it doesn't remedy itself. Your ignorance, your stupidity, your need to solve the desire as soon as possible, that doesn't remedy itself with a bunch of money.
More harm than good if it's put into the wrong hands.
Because today, cities in California are proposing reparations as high as $5 million per eligible black person, as well as universal basic income for trans people.
The city of San Francisco is considering an idea to pay reparations for the black community.
Reparation starts with money.
For transgender and non-binary residents.
With a looming
Did you see that woman? She's like, it starts with money. Pay me, bitches.
recession in America's continued divide, we must question if reparations would fix past wrongs or create unintended
No, we don't have to ask that question. We absolutely do not have to ask that question. That is submitting to the anti-white narrative, which of course he's going to be doing because he's within it. But we do not, and that's what conservative content creators would want to do as well. They would want to get down into the weeds of somebody else's tale and then discuss the issue down in those weeds. It never works out good for you. This is why conservatives, all they can ever do is laugh and throw their hand up and walk away and block you, and because you're basic conservative, because they don't actually have a position that prevails. That's why they are in the position of always losing.
Consequences. Because what exactly is a victim if we're all victims to some degree? And is money truly the solution, or is it more money, more problems? Guess we gonna see. So what groups should receive reparations then?
Start with black people.
So would this be like any black person? Like, let's say if they have like descendants from slaves, or is this just a black person? Let's say if they just came from Jamaica or Africa, would they be entitled to reparations?
The difference between like black American, me, myself, right, and someone from Jamaica or Africa is they have a place to call home. For a lot of black Americans.
Okay, so he totally dodged. He smartly dodged the question. Like, how do you deal with, and I don't know if the interviewer was going to be asking this, but if you have somebody that came from Jamaica and he just has a child with somebody, how much of that blood will yield a financial payout for being a black person in America versus a non-payout because you're a black person from outside of America? So he cleverly dodged it and just said, well, they have a home to go back to. You don't have a home. You don't have a home? Because were you born in the United States? You're going out of your way to not call it your home? You're going out of your way to make the claim that, I mean, that seems like a very weak position to me, that you don't have any ownership.
Their whole ethnic identity was erased by slavery.
So you said that you should start with like black people. Then who should be?
Your identity was erased by slavery, except now that we live in the, America gangsta hood United States. Except that everything is black and hip hop, everything, everywhere, 13% of the population, and black males everywhere. Presumably that's going to be about 6% of that population. So 6% of the United States, black males, you're going to have a percentage of those that are babies, that are children. You're going to have a percentage of those that are elderly, that are senescent. You're going to have a percentage of those that are sickly and that are at home. You're going to have a percentage of those that are incarcerated American prisons full of black males. And with what's left, black males everywhere. I often wonder if I'm living in some Caribbean country and it's like 2% white. And you're complaining? Shut the shit up. I mean, how do you, if you're a black male, how do you not end up with a near six-figure job and on television, on a billboard, in music, in sports? How do you not? CEOs of companies, executives, the entire goddamn skyline of international corporation is being populated by black people, specifically black males. How the do you not have one of those jobs when the population is this big and you're going to complain you want more? You know, the reality is you'll get healthy as soon as we get healthy. Real fast. I can promise you that.
Pick the next group next.
Probably the gays. I don't know how much they need it though, because like, you know, they're doing pretty well, but like,
Yeah, I've never met a poor gay person.
they're doing great for themselves.
I think it should be for everybody. My community deserves it because of the things that we've been through. I would be remiss to say another community doesn't deserve something because they're a little bit.
Do you think he's talking about white people when he says everybody deserves reparations? Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose? To have a reparation payment is to take from one and pay to the other. Now, the other might be in binary sense, which everything is broken down into because the human brain has two hemispheres. I theorized about this all the way back in junior high school. And then a couple years ago, saw in a big headline in a newspaper about these neuroscientists are theorizing everything broken down into binary because of two hemispheres. Okay, so who's he talking about then? He's talking about white and non-white. He says, I don't want to exclude all the other non-white groups. They've been harmed by whitey too.
Bit more set up than my community.
So, but would it be like equal amounts across the board, or would there be like, I hate to say this, like a stack ranking of who was more oppressed?
That I don't know.
I think that we should look at who we oppress the most for the longest amount of time and then do right by them.
Everyone has their own rights to identify as a victim, but at the end of the day, like, it's not going to get you where you want to be. I think that you can cash checks and spend the money, but if you're not putting in the work, you're never going to learn, and none of the generations after you are going to learn either.
And when there's a race for who's the biggest victim, there will be consequences for paying some groups and others not. So I was curious to hear the other side. Would you say though that certain groups in America are more likely to face, let's say, systemic oppression?
You know, especially like now we have like affirmative action. If anything, that levels the playing field or puts them at an advantage for a lot of certain opportunities. But I think there are definitely certain instances of racism, and you know, you can't root out all racism. I think that there are generally equal opportunities.
Besides all the
All right, so you see, you know, back to some like try to rein it in a little bit here. You can see how from the perspective of the anti-white narrative, accepting that storyline, as this guy was just articulating there, even though he is a victim, he's like, blur my face out. They'll come and get me. They'll get me and they'll fire me from my job, and then I'll be ostracized from my family. And then even though he is a victim of it, he's still paying homage to, he's still kowtowing to, he's still bowing down to that anti-white narrative. He can never win. So you see, the amount of victimization is never enough. The amount of if you stay in their story, it never ends. There's no amount of victimization that causes white people to rise up. You can just look at us in South Africa. You can look at us in Rhodesia, and you can see no amount of victimization ever causes you to come out of the anti-white narrative. You need a method that counters the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism.
Controversies surrounding affirmative action. Is this even a valid form of repayment? Do you think affirmative action is a form of reparations?
It would depend on who you're talking to, honestly.
We're not watching this whole clip, just a little bit more, and then we're going to get on to your comments, your questions, your concerns. Ted Cruz trying to pass a law to enthrone politicians in secrecy. What an asshole.
To a kid in Compton who has no means of getting out of that little area, it might not be the same. Sometimes your surroundings, especially in an environment where you don't feel like you can make it out, can seem very overwhelming. So it's hard to think outside of that.
How do those environments get created? This is the typical conservative will approach this, and this is why you have to get away from conservative content creators. They'll approach that by trying to argue that, oh, well, these are just decisions that these people are making. And if they make the right decisions, then they can all be brain surgeons. They can all be nonsense. You cannot stay within their narrative and have success. The record of conservative failure should be enough of you. And by the way, did you all see Trump kicking ass over there at CPUSA? Doing an amazing job. It all ties into one Tucker Carlson, and we're going to be taking a look at that. Maybe we'll take a look at that next then, because I am, quite honestly, very skeptical about the good that a Tucker Carlson network, which is really just going to consist of him, I guess, how much good it's going to be able to do, given some of these other videos that he has made and released on Twitter already. It's not like he doesn't have enough money, right? He needs more millions, and that's what's coming your way. More millions for Tucker, more millions for Muscovite, Musk, and less for you, and more arguments that will steer you down dead in alleys. Now, is that happening because there's some like CIA rogue operation that is meant to? It doesn't matter, for God's sake. It doesn't matter. Talking about it is a waste of time. None of it matters. All that matters is that we take control of our lives. We recapture our destiny. We recapture our destiny in ourselves, in our families, in our circles of influence, on the battlefields that lost us Western civilization, and for those who are going free, winning those battles and those battlefields today for the recapture of our destiny. That's all that matters.
So when affirmative action has been deemed legal by law, does that signal a government's obligation to solve inequality? And if so, through financial or other means, to what extent?
The forces of Germany have surrendered.
And there we go. I haven't watched this. So if you are watching it anew with me, then you see right to this chapter in the anti-white narrative that everybody has learned, that everybody has seen endless times. And that's the mind that you have to deal with out there. That's the collective mind that you have to speak to. And they see it anew every day. So there is no historical revisionism that's possible. Forget about it. None that's possible. What you're going to see right now is the equating of white well-being with the evil of the Nazi regime in Germany. Now, what actually happened in Nazi Germany, I don't know. I don't care. What you believe actually happened, I don't know. I don't care. What I care about is what's happening in the heads of the people we need to convince to stop being anti-white, to stop white people, to stop being your basic bitch type of conservative, or stop playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Those are the minds of the people that we need to get to. And this is what's in their heads.
To the United Nations.
Die Bundesregierung wird in Zukunft in ihren Bemühungen die Verteidigung der Freiheit nicht nachlassen.
After World War II in 1952, Germany signed the first set of reparations agreements to compensate Holocaust survivors, which to this day has paid out a total of 80 billion euros.
We owe that to those who survived and bravely carried the burden of their painful memories.
And despite obvious frustrations over payments, there's been decent support from Germans over the years, and at least no instances of anti-Semitic backlash. And since then, reparations have been ongoing. Or even this past year, Germany announced the largest ever package of 1.2 billion for
and it will never end. As long as you're in the it has nothing to do with any victimization of any individuals, except insofar, it is my opinion, as it is an excuse to victimize Western kind. End of conversation. It will never end. As long as you are in the anti-white narrative, which Germany is. And what is Germany? It is Western kind that lives and breathes and projects Germany into the world. That is what Germany is. So as long as they continue to live in their minds within the anti-white narrative, the storyline, they will always owe and they will always pay. So much so is the case that all these years later, we have the biggest payment ever. You know how long that this will be the record? Not long. There'll be more biggest payments ever because it's the anti-white narrative. That is what you're dealing with.
Remaining survivors. And with 80% of survivors in Eastern Europe below the poverty line, financial reparations have definitely made a benefit. And together with symbolic reparations such as Holocaust museums and memorials, Germany...
And all of that money, Jewish people, their actual number on planet Earth is X. It's quite small, right? All of that money has gone out. You could easily do the math, and I guarantee you could come up with a number that would demonstrate that there wouldn't be a Jewish person alive on planet Earth. If this was actually going out to all Jewish people, that there wouldn't be a Jewish person alive that wouldn't be at minimum middle class and doing well. My opinions. But what do we see all the time? Especially if you turn on Fox News. You see these commercials all the time about Christians, browbeat the Christians. If you want God to love you, then you have to give your money to the destitute Jews in this country or that country. They go and they videotape people that are totally impoverished, emaciated, quite ill, living bad lives in whatever circumstances that they're in. And they say, just look at them. Christians, send your money. And the Christians do. The white Christians, they break out their checkbooks. No. Your poor ass isn't going to get anything from them. Your poor white ass and your poor white family isn't going to get anything from them. Though they will fly food, clothing, gold, gems, endless dollars over your head again and again, planes outbound to reach these distant lands. And yet these impoverished Jewish people in all of these commercials, in all of their what is it, on their websites, where they're discussing all the different Jewish communities that need to be helped in here, in this country, and in that country, and in this country. And there's so many here and so many there. They never seem to get any better off. So what is this? This is anti-whiteism. It victimizes our people in Germany, white guilted, so much so that they have lowered their hands and they have allowed an exterior line to tap right into the vein in their neck to just siphon every bit that can be siphoned out. And then all these billions ending up somewhere else, somewhere other than poor Jewish people.
He has made efforts to ensure atrocities are not forgotten or repeated. But it raises the question, were the intentions behind the reparations out of genuine guilt or to buy cooperation? Because for initial...
tell you what, with all of these museums that are built to blame all white people for a victimization of any Jewish people would go a long way if to saying, no, we're not about demonizing white people. They would go a long way by saying, look at what our people have done to others as well. So this is about stopping oppression. This is about stopping the infliction of harm on groups because we'll even talk about our own people. How much do you want to bet? Well, we don't have to bet because we just know it's the case. White people all the time will, when they want to criticize another group, they start off demonizing whites. They'll demonize white people this much to just give a little criticism of another group. But you don't see that at these museums. It's interesting. Where is all the gratitude? As I said, all the way back in junior high school, where is the gratitude for us white people in America saving their asses?
Recipients, a whole were in favor. Some Jews opposed the idea of reparations as blood money in an insult and commodification to their suffering. And especially when we look at Germany's history with reparations, it may reveal answers. The Treaty of Versailles imposed heavy reparations on Germany after World War I, which led to economic instability and political unrest that contributed to the rise of Nazi Germany and ultimately to World War II. And so whether it's fair to view it this way or not, are reparations a mere transactions that creates more problems than it solves? And so I wanted to ask a Jewish person whose family has experienced the Holocaust.
Oh,
this
it's commercial
scientific, but I did a poll.
It's a commercial time. Maybe we'll save that for another time. Asking the Jewish person. Oh, we can skip this. Well, we'll see a bit of it right now. Oh, that guy's Jewish?
Coming out of taxpayer money. I'm a Jewish person, right? A lot of my relatives have been killed off in the Holocaust.
Oh my God.
There's even a lot of anti-Semitism towards Jews. Jews weren't allowed in specific areas and jobs. Like today, I think my family's overcome that. So especially me.
You think your family has overcome it? I'd say you're a recruiter for financial institutions.
Someone that wasn't around in the
you're not in some camp, right?
1800s when slavery was going on in the U.S. I don't think that I'm responsible as a taxpayer to pay for that.
Which brings up a point, because where would the money come from?
All right. I thought that was going to be more interesting than it ended up being. Let me see what you all are saying in the live chat and abroad. We'll scroll back. Promethean Kitchen says, that must mean my family deserves reparations too, because some of my family was originally from Ireland and suffered lots of persecution for just being Irish and Catholic. Well, and as you can see really quickly, it doesn't matter in the anti-white narrative. That reality doesn't matter in the anti-white narrative. You're just another whitey, which is why I have said, when people ask, where does anti-whiteism come from? I say it begins with our inter-ethnic squabbling and the slurs we put on each other. That's where it begins. Evidence right there of it. That's where anti-whiteism begins. Nancy Drew is with us. Great to see you, sister. Always is here. Cool Papa J Magic is with us in the house. Wonderful to see you, brother. Who else? It's a Peace Flag is with us. Hello to you. Teutonic is here. Teutonic Groiper is here. Hello. Hyperborean Dream. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt, ladies and gentlemen. Marlene is here. Hello to you, sister. Nat Quinn is here. Hello to you and welcome. Victorian Time Traveler. According to the anti-white narrative, I'm responsible for both starving children in Africa, but also Black women being overweight in America. Exactly. You're guilty for all of it. That's why we have to say, that's why we have to use the concepts that we have here and change the world. Foster tagging me saying sickle cell anemia. I mentioned that earlier. Pernell is here. Hello and welcome. NJS. Hello and welcome. Always says, please comment on NJP Manifesto that went viral last week. I did not see it. They have a new manifesto, or is it what they wrote in the beginning for their party manifesto? Tag me again as No White Guilt with the response, please. Oh, I like Sam Uski saying, don't be a sucker for Tucker. I love it. There's so many white people out there. There's Linda Hunter. Great to see you, sister. So many white people out there that are just like, they think Tucker is divinity. And as a consequence, when he misleads, and we can clearly see him misleading people, I want to read Lovely Porges' comment again that I read the other day about him, because I think it's so pertinent. When he misleads people, knowingly misleading them, that really has to cause those of us in service to white well-being to sit up and ask, what really is going on? What's the motivation? Is it an economic motivation? He's going to get a lot of people. He knows, he looks out at the world. What is everybody else saying? I got to say something different. But this is that cuck-servative content creator, misleader, misruler line of argumentation that steers everything away from the reason that we are actually being victimized, that enables you to see what's actually going on in the world and put an end to it, and to steer it into. So you can imagine white people in perhaps their millions, when it's those who listen to Tucker and then communicate it out to others, they end up imbibing all this stuff about the war in the Gulf being the reason for Trump being opposed. And then they get into a conversation with an anti-white who's been armed with all of this data about how evil the white race is, and about it's all to benefit the white race. And what can a white person do in that scenario but capitulate, which is what they do every single time. They capitulate every single time. When asked about the time period and the man in power and the man, my answer is this: I wasn't there, I don't know, and don't care. Now, where's my sandwich? Azimuth Gloak is with us. Olrak is here. Great to see you, brother. Let me keep moving here. Klomp is with us. Hello and welcome. Yeah, the way I handle it when I've been in these scenarios, white sympathetic meetings, conferences, whether speaker just having a conversation, and there's this argumentation, this line of argumentation that a lot of J-Spurgs use, that you have to defeat this idea of the Holocaust. You have to change everybody's mind on it, because if you don't, then you can't go anywhere. And I tell them, well, then you can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. You've had people like Ernst Zundel. You've had people like what was the author's name? Maybe it'll come back to me in a second. Who wrote all the books? He was world-renowned historian. David Irving. You've had these people, deep researchers, world-renowned historian, and they go through all of this different material. They make their arguments, right or wrong, whatever they are, and it does nothing. It does nothing. But you are going to go out there and you're going to have an argument with your Uncle Bobby, and you're going to tell him, that's not what happened, Uncle Bobby. I know you got a lifetime of hearing of this, but I can tell you, I've read a book or half a book or whatever, and this is what actually happened. And you're going to change everybody's mind? No. They say you can't move forward. And this is a great demonstration, too, of objective, demonstrating that their objective is not the one that we hold. Our objective is to end the victimization of white people. J-Spurger's objective is to victimize Jewish people. Totally different goals. So when they say, oh, no, you have to disabuse everybody of this idea before you can move forward, I say no, because whenever anti-whites bring up the Holocaust to me, whenever they want to bring that subject up to me, I say, okay, you can thank me. Because if you have this collective responsibility, you're also going to have this collective gratitude, because it was the white race, baby, who were under the banner of the United States and Canada and etc., liberated the German people and therefore the Jewish people who were there as well. So start thanking me. And you know what? They have a funny thing happens. They immediately drop that subject. It's a funny thing. Or they're put in the position of having to say, rather than just imply that all white people have to make amends for that, they're put in the position of having to say, all white people are responsible, same thing's going on today, same thing could be, and then you reveal them for what and who they truly are, which is anti-white scum. That's how I handle it. And when I told these J-Spurgs over the years and clearly demonstrating, look, we can put an end to the victimization of white people by handling this argument this way, they reject it because they reveal that their objective is the victimization of Jewish people, not the end of the victimization of Western kind. Scott is with us. He says, top of the evening to you, Jason and company. Well, top of the evening to you as well. I would tip my hat to you if I had one on. Owning anti-white goblins says to us, if our people never fought each other after 1500, imagine what we could have done. We can teach the next generation to be better. Oh, precisely. We have to embrace what we say here, that we are a single people with many countries. The evidence that we are a single identifiable people is in our projection, which in its aggregate creates culture. And that is for us, Western culture, and therefore Western countries, Western civilization. We have to accept that and therefore consider those with a different language or across a invisible line as our brothers, and therefore we would, brothers and sisters, we would never harm them. And then just imagine, there would be, in my opinion, no disease. There would be humanity living in harmony with nature. The earth would be far less polluted. The seas far less polluted. The airs far less polluted. We would be infinitely further along. It is this goddamn straitjacket filled with pockets of concrete. And we've been tossed into this dank swamp that we're sinking in of anti-whiteism. And we have to dedicate so much of our swimming stroke to try to stay afloat so that we can continue to breathe, rather than heading on with our destiny and doing more and beyond than we could ever imagine. That is the reason. Anti-whiteism holding us back in every imaginable way. And then all these misguided fools brought up in the anti-white narrative, they're wondering, oh, how can I get more out of this golden goose that we keep choking into oblivion? How can I get another payment? How can I get more money out of it? How can I get more sex out of it? How can I get more fame out of it? How can I get more? And then the whole time hating it all along, like everybody in the NFL going down on their knees and all these other sports. You know, the right thing to have done would be what Saddam Hussein would do to his population if they decided to kneel when they were playing that country's national anthem. I think it would probably be a little bit more sanguinary. I think it would be a lot more sanguinary. Nobody would be as sanguine as we are, because it would be sanguinary over there when they were done with that sports team. Oh, you're a special player of this game. Now you're a dead player of the game. I think that's how Saddam would have handled it. Promethean Kitchen says, maybe we should do something similar for the Holodomor in the Ukraine, but I know that would never be allowed to happen. No, it would never. And it's one of those things that people have talked about before, where they want to talk, they want to create an argument and that they believe will somehow contend with the argument within the anti-white narrative of the Holocaust. Just like this Asian guy was pointing out, Jews who object to this use of the Holocaust and to bilk, to fleece, etc. That would be the Holodomor argument, but that would not serve the anti-white narrative. So that means anti-whites, Jewish anti-whites, white anti-whites, black anti-whites would not be able to benefit. In fact, it would get in the way. It would portray white people as victims. And so there's just no money for it. There's no desire for it. There's actually a small statue about it in DC, or plaque. But what it comes right down to is, who's going to be told, who's going to know, what are the people in the schools in, the 5-6 states or so within distance of that monument in DC. How many of them are going to argue, we need to take the school on a field trip to see the Holodomor monument? None, because they're anti-white. So we need to address that. And that's what we're doing here. Just for fun says, stopping anti-whiteism is what is important. No white, Franklin says, no white guilt, no white victimization. Exactly. Perfectly said. Let me take a look at these couple of platforms, see if we have any financial gifts to address, and we will move on. Looks like Board Troll over there on D Live has stepped up with a lemon of cryptocurrency. God bless you and thank you for that, Board Troll. But he's most unboard tonight, I can assure you. Hello over there on Odyssey. I don't see any financial gifts. And we'll step back this way. And we have the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Get out the raucous emojis. Get out the 07s and 007s, 95s, 95s. Let's get him some dinosaurs or hearts in the live chat. Show him some love. We need to show this man some love for all the hard work he does in service to white well-being. First Last. The great First Last has decided to get in here first today because he is first and last. And he says, please advocate for Georgism. Please advocate for Georgism. He writes, with 50 shut down anti-whiteism dollars. God bless you, brother. You're a true champion. Gems for his feet. There we go. Linda's in there. She's got hearts of different colors and roses. God bless. First Last. 50 shut down anti-whiteism dollars. Well done, good sir. Thank you so much for that. I deeply appreciate it. Check out Georgism. He wants you all to check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the young lady who's going to be with us here later tonight, the one and only, the unifier of unifiers, Yizz. Financially gifting $5, and she writes, weekly folk tithe, Kip. Keep it pristine, keep it positive, keep it Promethean, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, Yizz. Thank you so much for that on the folk tithe. That's over on Cash App. Show some love. Drop some crowns. All right. Where are we at on time now? Okay, we're doing good. We're doing fine on time. We're going to have Brant come by in just a little bit. He's going to swash through, ladies and gentlemen. What's a swash through? That's when people in the community who are doing things, making it happen, they want to come on for 5 to 10 minutes to tell us who they are, what they're doing, where they can be found. Do they need any help in what they're doing? And where can folks reach them for that or otherwise, or maybe just to share an opinion about what's going on, a testimonial of the success of the Go Free method in their lives. Brant Danger, of course, one of the greatest stars in our night sky. We're going to have him on just a little bit, and I will send him the link by way of email as he has requested. We've covered RFK Jr. talking about COVID-19 and potentially being targeted for Black people and white people, and particularly being created to spare Ashkenazi Jewish people and Chinese people, although I understand that they became ill as well. We also have Tucker to talk about tonight, and I think maybe that'll be of interest to us because, you know, it's one of the most challenging things for those who contend with anti-whiteism is the leadership of what that contention will look like. It are the arguments that will be made. TPUSA right now with Charlie Kirk and a host of other individuals, most of whom are Muppets, are going out and they're making these different arguments. You had this, what is the Indian guy's name who's now some great billionaire? I don't think he's a billionaire, but I think he has companies that are valued in the billions. Ramaswamy. And he's out there doing the old American bit. It's America's a great country. And we just, you know who also heard that? Your great, great, great grandfather. How did America look when he was going to work? Could he just get a job that required a little bit of training? And he's the only one in the family that had to work, made a handsome middle-class living. If he was just willing to work, he could move out of bad areas and into better areas. And the work was everywhere, and there were trades out there being taught everywhere. Universities gave more time to actually educating people, colleges more time to actually educating people. Think about the America, the Canada of that time, the Australia of that time, right? He could allow his wife to take the stroller out and just peruse the neighborhood without a care in the world, without a fear in the world. The doors and windows were all left unlocked. The keys were left in the ignition of the automobile. There weren't crazy diseases from different parts of the world that were just ravaging the landscape. Drug companies weren't pushing endlessly on television and advertisements, and by the doctors cared more about their patients. They weren't trying to get these massive bonuses by getting enough needles into babies' little soft asses. A lot was different back then, wasn't it? And you were being given these same, if you're a good conservative person, you're a good patriot person, you consider yourself a good nationalist person, whatever it is. Maybe you consider yourself a good jingo-ish person. You look back on those times and you see the same arguments being made, such as this Ramaswamy making. Sounds like a really great guy. Every time I've heard him talk, he sounds like a really smart, knowledgeable, friendly person. And I know it sounds like his heart's in the right place. Probably not lying, but who knows? And they're making the same America's great. I heard him say at TPUSA, was it there? Yeah, I guess it must have been, where he said, America's not great because of our diversity, or no, America's not strong because of our diversity. It's our strength that unites our wonderful diversity. Diversity is division. Diversity is death. Diversity is manipulation. Diversity is divide and conquer. You need to have an America, a Canada, etc., that is Western. Other peoples can be present. Other peoples can, but they can't be present to the point that these countries are not Western, that these countries become something else, that these countries descend into cultural warfare, which is happening everywhere. And that the cultural warfare, which is inevitable, and in my reading of history always happens, leads to tangible physical warfare. Ousting this group and ousting that group from this area or that area. It's already done on a microcosmic scale across Western civilization. Everywhere you see these numbers, that it's not just numbers, but it's a way to talk about it, because it can be the numbers imbued by a powerful religion, a powerful belief system that makes people proud and stronger and make them feel that they have more strength than they actually have. And they go out into the world and they say, this is who we are, and you will live by that standard too. When we see this in the world, in the West, it stops being Western. And when it stops being Western, it's something very different. It stops being what made the West great. We cannot have this radically increasing diversity. It leads to hell. So let's see what is being shared here. Oh, that's not it. This was it. We don't need sound for this one, or maybe we don't. Can you all see that? Tucker Carlson to create a new media company, according to the Wall Street Journal. Does this have anything to do with the story? Doesn't look like it. No. I hate when they do that. Reuters. Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson and former White House advisor Neil Patel are looking to raise funds to start a new media company that could potentially be anchored on Twitter. Of course, not potentially. That's where it's going to be anchored. That's where he's setting up like the same paywall, and he's going to continue to get filthy rich from it, selling people a poison, which are these ideas that enable them to skirt the subject matter of race. So is Tucker beneficial or not? Is Tucker harmful? Is it the information salubrious? Is it injurious? Is it deleterious? Is it noxious? Is it baneful? It's all of those things. It's all of those things, because what most white people are trying to do out there is they will do anything to not talk about the victimization of our people, which reveals that there is an anti-white moral imperative that is taught to us within the anti-white narrative, that it is immoral to defend against the victimization of white people. There is no other reason. They know that the moment they object to the victimization of our people, these particular white people that I'm talking about, they know that the moment that they do that, they feel like the moment that they do that, they are immoral for doing so. That is why you have to be there with the Go Free method and righteousness on your side, declaring how immoral the opposition is with these concepts. And then these little timid cowards will crawl out of the fluffy nests that they've made out of bunny fur for themselves to hide from the world. They will crawl out and they will take these concepts up as well and change the world. End of conversation. The duo is looking to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to fund the company. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Who needs hundreds of millions of dollars? We do. We are the people with something that actually works. He is going to be selling, Pucker is going to be selling the poison that tastes good, the heroin that this sick population is looking to get their hands on. That's what he's going to be selling. And every now and again, to convince the public that he's got street cred, he's going to throw the word anti-white in there, here or there. Every now and again. The company would be anchored by longer versions of the free videos that Carlson has been posting regularly on Elon Musk's Twitter since his departure from Fox News. So it's going to be making ad revenue. Have you seen this? I saw a tweet by Elijah Schaefer where he said Twitter just gave him a couple of $1,000s. He didn't know it was going to be coming. He hadn't signed up for anything. It was just a matter of he's got so many people looking at his tweets on Twitter that a portion of the ad revenue that's running then is being just given to him by the Muscovite empire. It's just like, here it is for you. You can just, because you're, so Musk is going to share this, and perhaps it's going to be something that happens, I presume, across the board, meaning that it's going to happen for Tucker as well. So even more money, more advertisers will be coming in, which will make Musk more money. A portion of that will be more money for the centimillionaire that is Tucker Carlson, who will prescribe for you and will give you a poison. That's what he'll be giving to the population. And this might be the end. There might not need to be another Tucker after Tucker Carlson. You've been listening. The white population, the grandparents and great-grandparents, they've always had some dumbass, lying, conservative shill, misleader, misruler of good conservative people to tell them, oh no, it's this way. Go over here. Don't talk about that. Don't even look at that. We're all the same. We just want fairness. So don't ever mention race, even though they only mention race. Even though they're always talking about victimizing you. If you can't address the topic that is inflicting harm on you, how the fuck do you think you're going to solve the problem, Tucker? Of course, he knows. He knows that no problem is going to be solved. It's like you have colon cancer. That's what we have. We got race cancer. You have colon cancer. But Tucker wants you to talk about anything else on the body. Wants you to work on remedying make your skin softer. Make sure you address cavities. But do anything but address the cancer, which is the race cancer, the anti-whiteism and victimization of Western kind. If you don't address the subject that defeats everything, defeats every argument in the West that's ever been made by people far brighter than Tucker and far brighter than 99.9% of the good conservatives out there, if you don't address it, you lose, and you will continue losing. But would ultimately be driven by subscriptions, according to the project. Carlson did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for a comment, while Patel was not immediately reachable. Carlson and Fox News agreed to part ways in April after its parent company, Fox, they got rid of him. Let's just see if there's anything else here. So this is the network that we heard, we everybody thought, okay, this is a significant possibility. That Tucker was going to make his own network, which I guess will just be him in front of a camera and just the Tucker show, and the same tripe that he's been dishing out for so long. And then maybe I guess we'll just have to push back against it. And he'll probably king make like Musk was doing. He'll probably reach down into the hinterland, and he'll pick, oh, this person seems like I can manipulate them some, and then they won't end up pushing back against me, and so he'll king make this person, have that person on the show. You watch. People who might be on Twitter with a few tens of thousands, 50,000 or whatever, YouTube, 10,000 followers, and you'll say, whoa, holy shit, how did that person get on with Tucker? And you'll know exactly why. Because Tucker will be gambling with the odds that such individuals are not going to cause him any conflict with the Jim Jonesian poison that he's trying to sell the entire population. And he can prove me wrong. I don't personally know Tucker, so I'm only looking at what he's saying. And one of the things he's saying, Lovely Porridge perfectly cites here. I stopped watching Tucker after his segment on CRT, where he thought it would be hilarious to ignore specifics and instead claim that CRT was, quote, teaching children that certain races were evil and we should judge people by the color of their skin. Close quote. So this is what we talk about, and we're going to have Yizz on in a little bit and to talk about shieldings. And this is abstractionizing of our victimization. Conservatives do it. I saw it being done at shieldings everywhere. Everywhere that you look, outside of people who will speak specifically about race, you see this abstractionizing, this taking the literal and then turning it into an abstraction so that you don't have to cross that border into anti-white immorality. And I get that there might be some people who are wrong, but who will make the argument that they think that's tactically a better way to go. But your great-grandpappy thought that would be the way to go as well. And how far has that helped you? How much has that helped? So we have here, listen to this. We know anti-whiteism under this rubric CRT demonizes the white race and gives preferential treatment, special privileges. It lauds, it acclaims the non-white races as always being wrongly put upon. This is my opinion of it. Check it out for yourself. I could be wrong. And so knowing this, Tucker obviously knows this. He says that it demonizes certain races. Really? What are the other races that it's demonizing? What are the other races? Which other races are evil, Tucker? There's one. He strongly implied that CRT was a racist anti-black ideology. Again, totally consistent with conservatives from the great-great-grandpappy on down to us. Totally consistent. A program that specifically is teaching white children that they are evil. Anti-whiteism. Forget the rubric, because they'll just change it. Specifically targeting white children as evil. And specifically telling non-white children, they've all been wrongly put upon. They're starting off with less. They have less of a chance. There's less hope for them. And these misleaders and misrulers, conservative content creators, this is where they take you. The real victims are the blacks. Are you shitting me? All non-white races are collateral damage to the victimization of the white race, which are the target of anti-whiteism. You can make arguments all day long about collateral damage, but that does not supplant the actual target. And if you are not talking about the actual target, you are garbage. You are anti-white. You are the problem. You don't like my strong speech? Oh, we don't like Jason gets a little hot under the collar. He gets a little passionate. No shit. And everyone who doesn't has something wrong with them. We are running out of time. It was worth being this passionate about 100 years ago. Then Tucker introduced a black mother whose son was apparently victimized by CRT for his race. And what's the collateral victimization of black people and other races, the rest of the non-white races, is that you haven't gone as far in the world. Your people haven't gone as far because of the white race. They're evil. And you won't be able to do as much because of the white race. They're evil. You know what? Conservative content creators out there, you all to hell. Because these non-white people, they might be told that they're not going to be able to go, that they're going to face this adversity out in the world. But what do they really going to experience? Preferential treatment everywhere they go. Freedom from responsibility everywhere they go. Sitting in the corner office while Jason, sitting on the corner office because of their race, while Jason is pounding the sidewalk. That's what they actually experience in life. So conservative content creators, I got something for you. I got something for you. You want to talk about, they've heard that it's going to be harder for them, and therefore they may think less of themselves. Yeah, they're going to be thinking less of themselves when they make their Jaguar payments. They're going to be thinking less of themselves when they take the second 2-week vacation that year. Are they going to be thinking less of themselves when they get to go home to mom and dad on the Thanksgiving get-together and they get to say, guess what? I got another raise. I got another promotion, mom and dad. And they get to feel that moment of, wow, our son is a success in the world. Yeah, but they were told they're going to have a hard time. They're a hard time. It's a lot harder to be told growing up that you're evil, that you're awful, that you got a demonic seed in you, that you need to make amends, and that everything goes good for you in the world, and there's going to be all these handouts for you, and everything's just going to be land of milk and honey. You're skate everywhere you go on milk and honey. And then you get out in the world and no, they're not going to hire you because they're excluding white people so they can take non-white people and women. No, they're not going to go to that school because they're excluding white guys so they can take non-white people and women. Everywhere you go, you're hearing about how it's going to be so easy for you and so hard for everybody else. And then in the real world, you find out it's so hard on you and so easy for everybody else. I and millions of other white guys across the West have suffered this victimization. I tell you, people like Tucker, they're going to keep spreading this shit. You're going to keep talking about how these non-white races are suffered. You need some suffering. You need somebody to show up and tickle the living shit out of you. Because I only live one time, motherfucker. I only live once. I only have so many family get-togethers to say, look what else I achieved by my efforts. Instead of, oh, he still hasn't done this, still hasn't done that. Too bad he hasn't done this. Living with that every get-together. You piece of shit. These are real lives. These are real people's lives that you're just walking right over. You got nothing for them. Talk more about how they're told that it's going to be hard for them. I'm going to tell you what. You know, the problem, folks out there, conservatives, nationalists, etc. The problem is the content creators or the leadership of the resistance to anti-whiteism. They are the problem. Maybe that's why Ted Cruz wants to hide all his data online. He wants to make a law to conceal his family, to conceal where they are, to conceal what they've done, to conceal it all. Maybe that's why, because he knows that eventually this population, if it's not for people like No White Guilt, they're going to figure out that the problem are these misleaders and misrulers. It's not the anti-whites. You're going to have to deal with them and the anti-white oligarchs some later day. Some later day. Because you motherfuckers are in the way. Yeah, talk more, Tucker. Talk more about how much it's hurting non-white people. And I'm going to show you what a lifetime of upsetting family members and having to feel that disgrace. I'm going to show you what it feels like. Because somebody will find you. Tickle the ever-living shit out of your ass. So then, the black mother mentioned white people. And then Tucker quickly interrupted her. So, Lovely Porch says, you can search this segment on YouTube. You can find it. Despite this, I still watch the most recent Tucker episode on Twitter. So he asserted that the attacks on Trump have absolutely nothing to do with his implicit support of white concerns, which is all that it is. That is all that it is. 100%. If Trump didn't care, if he didn't say anything that white people interpreted as concern for them, selfishly, albeit as it is. But if he didn't do any of that, he could do everything else and there would be no problem. Everything else. He could say the Iraq war was garbage. He could say anything. He wouldn't have any of this opposition, not a fraction of as large. Not a fraction. And we all know it. Porridge goes on, but because in 2016, Trump claimed the Iraq war was a mistake. Then he went on to describe the degradation of American cities, the fentanyl hopelessness and despair, and claimed that it was the fault of Ukrainians because the U.S. has used 5% of the military budget to support Ukraine. Then Tucker lamented why it's illegal to question black hairstyles, but we can't criticize Ukraine. Like that's the subject matter of pertinence. That's what really matters. You're not allowed to question this, what do they call it? The Crown Act. You're not allowed to question that. You're talking about the angelized group in the anti-white narrative. The most angelized group there is in the anti-white narrative. No, you're not able to criticize that. But who cares when you're talking about things at that level? Porge wraps it up. Tucker is absolute drivel designed to entrap conservatives in a muddled outrage frenzy. Everything he says is lies and deception. That is beautifully written by our champion, Lovely Porge, a genius on the other side of the world, demonstrating, as we are with these great champs all the way around the world who are coming to the Go Free method, that we are a single people that have created many countries, and that, God damn it, we are going to come together for the benefit of our people, which will benefit everyone who lives in the West. Because the West needs to be Western to continue as that shining city on the hill. The West needs to be Western for there to be law and order. It needs to be Western for the mores that everybody so cherished for so long to remain the same. It's my opinion. You can disagree if you want. But I'm going to tell you what. All of these other opinions out there, they've been in vogue. And they've been on people's lips for a very long time, haven't they? And where has that gotten us? Absolutely nowhere. And with that, we'll be right back with Brant Danger. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to bring him on right now. The one, the only, the amazing Dean Danger of School of the West, Brant Danger. Good sir, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Very loud and clear, actually. Nice, clear reception. How are you doing today?
Fantastic, thanks. I'm out of town, so I do not have a camera. So I know that Slots is very disappointed about that, but he'll get over it. And
no worries, brother. So what's going on? What can you fill us in on?
Well, I don't know what changes have been done to the site since the last time I was on the show, but I do know that we have some new viewers. So what I'll go over real fast is what the site does. It's an online supplement for both families that homeschool and for parents that have their kids in public education, but they want to give their kids an alternative from the anti-white indoctrination. So there's traditional material on the website, and then there is material that is specifically designed to break through the anti-white propaganda, otherwise known as white well-being or going free. So all of that's on there, and there's a couple of things that I will point out since we talked about this last. Under the culture and history section, there's a guy, a retired teacher by the name of Eric Dupree from North Carolina. And he has spent a few years putting together a series on American Southern history. And the first part of his series, like the first 47 lessons or so, is about colonial America, and with a bit of a focus on the Southern colonies. And he's working on one right now, which goes up and includes, I'm going to try to not talk like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It includes the War for Southern Independence. I like this guy. He's pretty cool because he says, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the South," at the beginning of his videos. So that's on there. Once again, I'll reference the Elite series that'll be worked on over time. That's under the White Well-Being section. Right now, there's only videos that are aimed for teenagers, but this is information which is way outside the norms of what you would be subjected to in public education. Also at the top of the site now, I've got a link to a homeschooling page. And on the homeschooling page, there is a link to a few states for the material that a parent needs to submit to the state to start the homeschooling process, because every state is different. And if people have questions about states that they can't find, I will update that page for them. There is a sample curriculum. It can kind of be used as a pacing guide if parents want to see what kids are doing in public education at a certain grade level and what's being taught. They can go through that. That's under the sample curriculum section. There's the sample forms to help parents out with starting the homeschooling process. And then there's a section at the bottom called Other Resources. This is just stuff that I've collected over the last couple of years that I find pretty helpful, either when I was working with some kids online, or they will or it could be helpful for parents working with their kids in person. So some of that stuff is forms and worksheets, etc., that you download and work through that way. Some of the stuff is interactive websites. So that is my speech about that.
Very cool. I have it up on the screen while you were talking about it as well.
All right.
So you have, is there anything else specifically you want to make sure we touch before you're out of here?
Just everybody keep your spirits up. It'll eventually be okay in the end. We'll eventually win. I know that there's an infinite amount of bad news, and it is important from time to time to touch on that so we can see what anti-whites are doing. But I just want people to know that there are forces of good. There are people working in the background all the time, around the clock. I see some of the people in the chat who do that as well. And we've got a lot of people on our side. We just don't have big voices right now and billions of dollars, but the tide will turn.
Yeah, and thank you for saying that's fantastic. Thank you for saying that, because it absolutely is. We're having bigger and bigger successes. We just had, of course, Dr. Carol Swain on, which is a massive amount of legitimacy. There is no one in your world, unless they're radically anti-white, that will not be moved by such an educated non-white woman who coming on with us and talking about these various issues. As you know, she used anti-whiteism. So we have a head of steam that is building, and everybody needs to remember that it is the battlefields of the dinner table, the lathe, and the water cooler that have to be won. Those are places where you can compete. And as the more you compete in these environments, and I guess also you can say online, obviously, but the more you compete in these things, the wider these successful concepts spread, and the more powerful dinner tables will have these sorts of conversations. And so we really need to be pushing. One of these places that you can really push and help is with what the great work here that Dean Brant Danger is doing, and his team over there. Wonderful people, celebrating every single one of you doing this heroic service, because it is the teaching that we need to reclaim if we're going to be able to truly own the destiny for our people. Otherwise, it'll just be another generation lost, and the end of us as a consequence. So do you have anybody, or do you have any needs right now, any specific needs for work on the side that or work with the school that you could use some help on, and somebody with X talents could be of use to you? And or do you have sort of a longer vision that you'd like to see Y on, and if somebody could help out there in the future, you'd be happy to hear from them?
Yes, to all of the above.
Okay.
Probably just kidding. Probably the easiest need that can be met right now, unless someone has a few $1 million to invest and we could get this started going physically, is people who have talents, hobbies, homesteading, homeschooling, repair, cooking, these sorts of things. And I know I've said this over the last couple of years, stuff that our people used to naturally do, things that are helpful, ideas about nutrition, ideas about working out, etc., things that can better ourselves, allow us to be more independent from the system, not necessarily to be more individualistic, but to be more empowered, and let the families become stronger and more resilient to fluctuations in politics and economics and these sorts of things, and start to bring back a little bit of the culture and the tradition that our people used to have when we did things, when we built things by hand, when we made the butter, and you made your dresses and your bonnets and your boots and your clothes, and you built things out of wood, and you work with steel, and you do all of these things, where now people kind of sit around with a little screen in front of their face, sitting on their butts all day long in air-conditioned environments, and everything is fake to them. And they interact with people through online activities, which may seem ironic right now because we're meeting online, but from time to time it does need to be done.
Right.
So these things that people know how to do, they want to share it. I know there's lots of people that cook, lots of people that have recipes. So you can contact me. On the bottom of every page is the contact email. It's contact@schoolofthewest.world. And you can just send me a line about something that you might be interested in. Make some lessons or some units or a single video. Anything like that is fine.
That is awesome, because you absolutely know that there are people out there that have different types of skills, what you just outlined, that could very easily participate, and it would be a great boon. It's all of our efforts, folks, everybody doing their part as part of this team-wide well-being, that ends up with something truly magnificent, that just our volunteerism, that the anti-whites have to pay tons of money to achieve on their anti-white side. So please get involved. Please reach out to Brant and the magnificent work that he's doing. School of the West.world. And brother, final thoughts before we let you swash on out of here. And thank you so much for everything you're doing for white well-being. You are truly one of the brightest stars in our nighttime sky.
No problem. We have the numbers on our side. We have the truth on our side. And also I'm looking forward to seeing what Yizz has to say. And that's it.
Cool, man. Well, we'll drop a bumper and we'll be back in 10 seconds. From Median Hales.
Hales.
A bumper courtesy of the one and only ForNull. Please celebrate him every time. We should all face what would be sort of our Mecca, which is roughly where ForNull lives on planet Earth, and make sure we thank him daily. But this is the great Brant Danger, ladies and gentlemen. He even has, as Biospirit of the West was pointing out, this. How did you put it? It was like a bird of the West, I think. Yes, a bird of the West in the background. Wonderful little song trilling in the background. That was wonderful. This is the great Dean Danger, ladies and gentlemen. Big respect for him. Not just talking. I can tell you, over all the decades, I have heard so many people say, well, you know what we need? You know what we need? And then never do a thing. It's kind of like a parrot, which is not like the bird in the background, a bird of the West. That one is. But a parrot saying, you know what we need? You know what we need? And then never doing anything. Dean Danger said, you know what we need? And then he got to work. So when he tells you, hey, get to work on these things, get out, you can spend some time on the internet, but then get out and do whatever it is you have to do. He has already done it. So he is in a position to be able to say that and to lead. No hypocrisy from the great Dean Danger. Deep respect for him. And he shows up weekly with our other magnificent heroes who troll slay, to keep the chat safe, to keep it inviting, to keep it normal, for the love of God. And that's one of the big problems we have. And we're going to be having Yizz come on here in just a little bit as well. Top of the hour, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She'll be with us for half an hour. We're going to be talking about Shieldings, her impressions and ideas about these wonderful people. There are a lot of wonderful people at Shieldings. And also about her great article, Why We Always Lose, or Why Do We Always Lose, which is so true. Until now, Dean Danger. But keeping us safe, I was saying, on these, in the thread, in the live chat. You know, and I had a lot of people coming, just as an aside, a lot of people over the years, especially in the beginning, and they said, oh, well, you know, people should be allowed to just say whatever they want. Freedom of speech, they said. No, this is my house. It's my house. If you want freedom of speech, you can make your own YouTube channel. In my house, I am hardcore white well-being, white positive. In my house, that's all I'll tolerate. And the good folks that show up here, Team White Well-Being, and those who are maybe becoming or whatever they're watching, they have the same mindset. Just as you would not allow somebody to come into your home and say disgusting things or cuss you out in your home. I mean, how little respect do you have to allow somebody to do that. If you wouldn't allow that to happen, we're not going to allow that to happen here as well. And sometimes we have people who are just trolls by nature. They're trying to have a bit of fun, because mostly people who are trolls by nature were ignored by their parents. And the only way they got attention from adults was to break boundaries. And so it was always negative for them. They always did something negative to get attention. And that's essentially the same behavior. And true to form, somebody who has little self-confidence, places a low value on themselves, they break somebody else's boundary. And then when anybody pushes back ever so slightly on them, they claim maximum victim status. And so all of that is disruptive to achieving our objective of ending the victimization of Western kind for the benefit of everyone in Western civilization. And so we invite these people to stop misbehaving, and we give them some opportunities. Sometimes you might have a comment deleted. Sometimes, be aware that you might be one of our best in the comment section there. And if you say something, if you write something that one of our mods might think is something that a new person would find objectionable or could misinterpret, or something that a YouTube AI or human being could misinterpret, just misrepresenting us in some way, they might delete the comment. So don't take that personally. It doesn't mean that your comment is necessarily a problem vis-a-vis white positivity or going free. You have to take into consideration that we are in a public place, and it's very easy to stereotype those who object to the victimization of white people. And so we need to make sure that we are always very clearly, as best as we can, sending a signal to new people, to moderators and the like, that we are who we say we are. We are not the villain in your narrative. We don't think the things that your villains think. And so see us for who we are. So it's not an easy job. So I really appreciate everybody who has and is participating as troll slayers, moderators in this live chat. Now, we had somebody, and you see this from time to time, and I don't know if this was necessarily his objective, but somebody came in the live chat, and I don't know if he is still here or not. I did not get a response to my question. And he brought up a manifesto of a Nazi LARPing group and asked me to speak to the manifesto of the Nazi LARPing group. And I asked if it was something new or if it was their platform, if it was their manifesto from when they got started, which I criticized in the beginning because it is modeled exactly after the manifesto of the NSDAP, National Socialist German Workers' Party, aka Nazis in Nazi Germany, and is entirely a LARPing endeavor and ensnaring people who would like to LARP, who would like to recreate. And that's what LARPing is recreation. And so the person came in and they were saying a couple things about getting the channel, I think, banned, and then like obliquely kind of attempting to razz me personally, maybe, and maybe going free. I didn't see specifically, but I didn't see the response to my question. So I probably don't need to see the manifesto even if it's new, because if it persists in the LARPing recreating direction, then it's of no value to arresting the victimization of Western kind, which again, we are doing every day. We have endless testimonials from magnificent people. Nobody from a Nazi LARPing group is talking about how they went in there and they goose stepped into the dining room, and unless it's a total fantastical lie, they goose stepped into the dining room, and then Roman saluted the family and said, this is what needs to be done, and then do it in a stentorian sort of way to emulate somebody who was a favored politician of theirs. And then they'll say just one or two things. Either they'll say, well, I did that and the family all agreed. Or they'll say, oh, well, we don't start off that way. Okay. But people are going to get there. And so you recognize that LARPing is not a way to win over people. That's my position. That is my position. And there have been these endeavors since your great-grandpappy, and they haven't done anything positive for white people. And our countries look infinitely worse. That means there's infinitely less likelihood of them succeeding. And that's where we are on that, my opinion on that. Let me see what you all are saying over here. Oh my God, we're going to be celebrating him as well in a moment. Again, this gentleman, but I want you to get it out. I want you to get it up. I want you to get it loud for Dude Bro Moment, who financially gifted 007's 50 white well-being dollars. 50 more white well-being. He was just here at the beginning of the week. We're going to be talking about it in just a moment. But a God man, a God human being, Dude Bro Moment cannot be stopped. 50 white well-being dollars over here on Entropy. The only one he shows up on Entropy. God bless you, good sir. And with those 50 white well-being dollars, he's saying for white well-being. Thank you so very much. A true champ. We're going to be celebrating him again in a moment. But please, crowns for his head. Give this king some crowns. Please give him some crowns. We don't all have. We can't all be like Mark Dice, for example, and have 2 million viewers watching us on our different disparate platforms. There are various ways we participate. Dude Bro Moment deserves crowns. And God bless those. Crystal, giving him crowns. God bless you, Crystal Quasar. God bless you. Yeah, diamonds. Matt's there with some crowns and diamonds. Totally deserves it. 95s, Dude Bro Moment. I'm going to get out maybe next Sunday our Dude Bro Moment video we made last year. That was epic. $50 for the white babies. A brand new one. Daughter of the West, just born, number 7 recently. And that is the protection of these little ones. That's what we're doing in the world. Actual protection, not something you have to hide. So let's see what we had here. Okay. We will check on... we will check on the other platforms, and we'll check the live chat, and we'll check some of your thread comments in just a moment, as we are about 17 minutes outside of bringing on the great Yizz the Unifier for a 30-minute chat. Looking forward to that. But before we do that, we are going to take a look at content creators segment. It appears, was it last week that I read off some content creators? I missed 2 of them, and I don't know if Andrei Moisejev is on that list. Is he? I can't recall now off the top of my head. He better be. I need him there so that everybody can follow him. But we missed 2 on the list somehow. We missed WordConqueror, who is at WordConqueror on YouTube. Make sure you follow him on YouTube. He might be elsewhere, but WordConqueror on YouTube. And also the great, the leader, Biospirit of the West. He has, of course, always watched these people on YouTube. Find them on YouTube, watch them on YouTube. But he also has a Quora, a white well-being Quora, nowhiteguilt.quora.com. There are several writers over there who are doing wonderful things, writing splendid articles. I want you to check them out. I want you to support them, every single one of them. Make sure you follow that over there so that you can get an alert every time a new article is posted. God bless these champions in service to white well-being, true heroes in a day that seems like they're hard to find, aren't they? Not hard to find here, but they're hard to find elsewhere. So thank you, champions. In these announcements, we're going to get to the announcements right now, as the thaumatological mailbag was empty today. Frowns, big frowns. But that's okay, because in the announcements, we have this. If you talk to Stefan Molyneux or somebody who does talk to him, please let him know that I sent him a message on Facebook. Let him know that I sent him a message on Facebook. I want to at least give him the opportunity to say no thank you or to not respond, which is pretty common when folks these days, they're just like, I just won't write back. I just won't write back. We just hope he goes away. So please, if you know Stefan Molyneux or you communicate with him or you know someone who does, please let him know. He doesn't follow me on Facebook. Of course not. But I did send him a message there. It allowed me to. So I guess it's somewhere where he can find it unsolicited, messages. And we'll see if maybe we can have a conversation. If not here with me, maybe he'll have me over there. Does he do that anymore? Probably not. I don't know. But I want to leave it up to him, and he can clear the air or make it as turbid as he likes. But now what I really want to do is celebrate a handful of people, ladies and gentlemen, because over the course of this week, I came in 2 roll-ins, and over the course of this week, there were some folks who financially gifted that I wanted to celebrate again on this Sunday. So if you will, please celebrate with me with 07s in the whole panorama of 07s, 007s, 95s, diamonds for their feet and crowns for their heads. We're going to begin with somebody who just a couple of days ago financially gifted, who just financially gifted $50 now, worked some overtime, and financially gifted $350 dude bro moment dollars. $350 just a couple of days ago, just financially gifting 50 now. What a Herculean champion. What a testimonial he sends to the world with all of his service to white well-being, including his hard labor to be able to then financially gift. Over time, he was able to get and financially gifted that $350. We love you, brother. A big salute, a big personal salute, champion that he is. And we march on. Ezra St. White, just a few days ago, financially gifting 200 white well-being dollars. 200 Ezra St. Whiteian dollars. God bless you, champion. He's an artist. He's a poet. He's a carpenter. He's a man of many things. And we salute him in service to white well-being. The big difference in the world you see here is that people are doers. People are achievers. People are going out in the world in service to white well-being. They're being the message. They're creating the foundation in their life. They're rejecting the self-help garbage, the self-help gurus out there that are everywhere. And you see them now on YouTube, and you see especially these just for men, self-help gurus, and they will say the most innocuous in one sense and baneful in another and trite garbage that you've ever imagined. And it's all about just get to grind your job, grind the whores in the bars, and then you're living the real life. You know what? Call that. And they're constantly sucking in cigars, and they're driving recklessly, and they are endlessly drinking alcohol. And it is all a show to give you this idea that this is the life of value. Folks, it is the exact opposite. That all is meretricious. That all is hollow garbage. That all will lead you to the dead end. Nothing there. Not even the pursuit of sex, not the pursuit of just money, not the pursuit of this hedonism will give you the value that you need in your heart, because it is an outlet for which only one plug can fit, and that is your soul. That is of the spirit of the West. You need to learn how to cleanse it and speak directly to it, and you do that in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. That is why people are getting better, and that is why our participants are not just heading to another meeting to LARP or standing on a street corner LARPing away. That is why they are going out in the world. They're making a better version of themselves because it exists already within them, provided them by the spirit of the West that they are getting in touch with. These are gods among boys. And you too can be a part of that. We had Dr. I just a day ago, 50 more white well-being dollars he financially gifted. Just a couple of days ago, we had No White Guilt Clips, $50 just a couple of days ago, on top of everything else that he's already doing. $50. Olrak, who is here tonight just a couple of days ago, 100 Olrakian dollars. Salutes, please, ladies and gentlemen. 07s, 007 Shamrocks, if you got them, folks. Shamrocks, if you got them. Make your emojis wild, insane, so that if the police found them, they would arrest you and your emojis, locking them all up for these heroes. There were more over this past week that were coming out big and strong. Real Playlist with $25. First Last with $30 on top of the $50 that he gave just a couple of hours ago. God bless that champion. Slots himself, $35 financially gifting for the benefit of others, showing what a champion he is. What a hero. All of these heroes, all of these people actually living the life of a champion, actually looking at every moment of their life as the protagonist in our story, where they hold the pen, where they decide what the hero does, because they're the hero and they're watching themselves. Is this a moment in the movie, in the book, in the TV series? Is this a moment that people would be bored? Is this the moment that people would be uninspired? Or are they seeing the protagonist becoming better? Are they seeing the protagonist change the world? Are they seeing the protagonist have brushes in this world with other people's lives, orbiting in and benefiting them by doing so? Not somebody just doing donuts in a street in an expensive car with a Jack Daniels hanging out their hand of the driver's seat. What in God's name is that for? What in God's name is that going to do for you? Another whore to sit on your lap? What in God's name is that going to do for you? Nothing. You will be forgotten. You are a nothing if that's what you're doing. You're not masculine if that's who and what you are. Here there is a greater purpose. Here there's a greater mission. And heroes, what do they look like? They look like these men and women who show up here in service to white well-being. The real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Not some imitation of a movie gone past. Not some interpretation of a hero out of history gone past. But heroes of the present who will be emulated in the future by the sires that today we are making. The sires who will give birth to heroes that to us now will be like mountains of glory and will walk across this earth the way that Westmen have always and should always and is their due and destiny. That's who these people are. God bless every single one of you who are out there. You're sharing your testimonials, who are financially gifting, who are changing themselves to become the hero in our story, not a villain in the anti-white story. For those who are plastering the good works and our website in the real world and in the virtual world, both absolutely powerful. God bless every single one of you who are thinking about the things that can be done smartly, how we can reach more folks. And then they're using that ingenuity and their dollars and their time to make those things happen. God bless every single one of you out there who have white children and you've decided that you are going to intervene, that you are going to help them to go free, that you are going to inoculate them against anti-whiteism in this world so that they are not poisoned, so that they can, in their interaction with all that is evil and awful and acidic in the world, find this message to be what brings them the greatest path, the greatest light, the greatest strength, and that in that internal exhilaration takes them to the stars and beyond. That's what does it. Not an endless white negativity, defaming and complaining about other people's, defaming and complaining and carry around a crutch as an excuse for every reason they can't get ahead. Buying the lies that they know are lies. That anything else, ignoring the truth of our reality and using these abstractions is going to get you anywhere other than to the victimization that it's always achieved. These are the true champions of tomorrow. These are the people who will remember us. These are the people who will be better than us because they're going to be better than themselves. And of them, the songs of our victory will be written. God bless every single one of these heroes. Let me see what you all are saying. We're about to bring on Yizz. Those are some announcements that are worth sharing for the love of God. We have, as I look over here, we have Dog Dave citing one of our meme curatives. He says, just remember, Jason, for every diversity hire, there is a diversity fire. Precisely. For every diversity selection, there's a diversity rejection. Always turn that argument around. We have over here on Odyssey, 5 library tokens. Thank you so much. Who'da Thunk It said they won't be satisfied until every white person on the planet has experienced being as oppressed as the most oppressed non-white person. No white guilt. Took from your MC about healthcare. Sloths. God bless you, brother. Absolutely correct. Anti-whites are not going to be happy until every single white person is suffering as much as every fictional non-white suffering in that anti-white narrative. It will never end. That is their nirvana for the anti-white. Well written. God bless you, brother. We also have Who'da Thunk It, 1 library token. And this, the great sloths, quote, destruction, injury, and erasure. Beautifully written, brother. God bless you. Quote, destruction, injury, and erasure. Thank you so very much. The great sloths doing a magnificent job. We love him. We love him. I'm going to take a look at your comments in the live chat. Make sure you've tagged me in just one hot moment I'm going to be getting to. Yizz the Unifier. And we have here, oh my God, folks, get it out again. We were just celebrating the great clips for just a couple of days ago. $50 financial gift on top of everything he does. Talk about an inspiration. No white guilt clips. Back again with an 07 salute and 50 no white guilt clippian dollars. 50 more. $50 more this hero. God bless you, champion. Out in the world, shutting down politicians, several of them, destroying anti-whiteism everywhere he goes. In the workplace, destroying anti-whiteism. In the public place in politics. In the social environment, destroying anti-whiteism. Here in the flesh and blood, showing up at picnics, showing up online, $50, no white guilt clips. We love you, brother. Please, let's get him some crowns. He's a king. Clips is king, ladies and gentlemen. Clips is king. Maybe we need some Clips is king written in the live chat. God bless you, champ. God bless you for all that you do. And White Student Transmission coming in over here as well on Cash App, 5 white well-being dollars. And he says, folk tithe, and a big smiling emoji. Thank you so much for that, brother. We're going to have you in, maybe not this coming week, the week after, I think is what I said. We're going to talk to you with you about your book. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating. Throw them up, the gems, the diamonds. God bless everybody for celebrating. The applauding hands. I want some Hunter Biden emojis. I want some Hunter Biden emojis just cracked out with joy and frenzy. For all these champions, God bless you all. Thank you all so very much. And I'll take a quick look at the live chat. The great Franklin can't be stopped. He's there celebrating. Lomax is with us. And said earlier at the very top here, Lomax said, normal chat, I feel out of place. Ryan is here. Hello. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt for me to see it. Biospirit of the West pointing out that NJP equals villainy LARPing. Absolutely. Let's see who else is here. Scanning through the heroes. Just think of all the people that'll come to White Well-Being, either in the future where they didn't intend to, or they intend to. They're going to look in on all of us. And there'll be stories. There are going to be stories written. And think about those who came in and then just couldn't do it. And that's if they are talked about at all in the stories, it'll be as a warning, a lesson. I wouldn't want my name to be known that way. A warning and a lesson of what not to do. Johnny Johnson, Triple is here. Great to see you. Ivan says, just ate the lasagna with no white guilt. It was great. But it wasn't bad either. It wasn't great. I got you. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. Somebody get him some better lasagna. All right. Thank you all so much for celebrating. We should have the link to the great Yizz, and she'll be with us momentarily as we have reached the top of the hour. Ulrak is with us. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for the acknowledgement. I suggest the best of this community reach out to a YouTube channel called The Radical Center. I've left some comments here and there. Okay, so Ulrak is out there. He's identified a channel called The Radical Center to promulgate, to spread the lexicon. And this is why everybody out there is seeing these concepts show up in the world, because of these targeted love efforts that we are doing. And he's suggesting, hey, if you haven't heard of the Radical Center on YouTube, show up there and leave some comments. Become a part of the change over there at that platform. God bless you. Good brother. And then we'll see these folks who will be like, what's going on? We're seeing these changes on the gun channels. We're seeing these changes on the Radical Center. We're seeing people using these things over here and over there and over here. And I don't know what's going on. And then they'll see, if they're honest people, that it all leads back to the people who are making it happen. And they'll say, wow. Like Carlin, isn't it amazing? We actually have to give, even though she did it out of enmity, we have to give some credibility to Carlin Boroshenko, who hired the researcher and did research herself, found out where it was all coming from, and then named us. How is it that Carlin Boroshenko has more integrity, more scruple than so many white males, content creators across the white sympathetic sphere? Sad, but true. First Last saying he just benched 155 white well-being pounds with no white guilt. God bless you, brother. Proving his health, proving his physique, all part of being the message of white well-being. Jason, what was the song you played last break? Ask 555. That song is White Step by the great ForNull. And who else, folks? Who's the person that he collaborated with on that song? You can find it over at Cornelius Newland on YouTube. And if we could provide that, if he's here, make it very easy. That's the great ForNull. Always give credit where the credit is due. Our champions' names should be put into songs and into children's bedtime stories. Nope, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Jared George on White Step. It was somebody else. Kandro. That's it. Franklin's right. It was Kandro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know her well. She is the one and only, the undisputed, and we'll have a 5-second bumper before we bring her on. She is Yizz, the unifier. Does that make sense? There she is, folks. It is Yizz. How are you doing, sister? Big salute to you. And
it's really hot. It is very hot and humid, and even with the AC, we've been trying to beat the heat here this weekend. It's been muggy and miserable as far as heat goes. But other than that, doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm feeling glorious.
Good.
Ready to take the world by storm. And I know we were there at the Shieldings. We were here with the great Yizz, the unifier, and she is, as we've said, a force of nature. She was all over the Shieldings. She was even, I'm not going to embarrass anybody, but she embarrassed some people with her intelligence, with her quipping. She was able to just take it to folks. She has the tools of white well-being, and so that gives a little bit of an unfair advantage, but she's also just in touch with the spirit of the West. She can feel that voice coursing through her, and so she can bring it to these people. We want to get your views. A couple of weeks ago, I gave my thoughts. I want to hear your views first on Shieldings before we get into your awesome article.
Well, thank you. My thoughts on Shieldings. The Shieldings group is not the America-focused Old Glory Club that I work with. The Old Glory Club are a lot of the gentlemen that I know personally I introduced you to. Shieldings is an international pro-Western, I guess you could call it, organization that exists specifically to create get-togethers of dissident Western people for the purpose of creating businesses, networks, families, just linking people up. They're basically just in the business of in-person meetups to get people of like mind and a desire to actually do something about it. Obviously, they don't like what of course here. What was the term earlier? Nazi LARPers, I think.
Yeah.
They don't like those kind of people because they only like to work with people who are concerned about building positive culture and community. And, that's that often precludes the LARPer people. But yeah. I know I have met some nice people who consider themselves NS, and I know they're not all like the detractors that come for both of us. But regardless, the Shieldings event in Tennessee, which is this is the second annual one they've had. I felt like it was good. I like the content creators involved, even more than the content creators involved. That's kind of just to have an event. The people that come there, I like more for my purposes than the content creators. The content creators are, of course, sort of like if you like going to music shows, the content creators are like the band. It's the people you meet that are building stuff and doing things in their orbit that really matter to me. And those are the men that I introduced you to that are building homesteads, that have their own businesses. Several of the guys I introduced you to are raising children with the Go Free method. I know I watched one guy, the guy with the long Nordic hair. He came up to you. I heard him talk to you about it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a success because to me, I want to network with people who are motivated and doing things to create better communities, create jobs, create homeschool groups, create anything that is a positive network of positive-minded, healthy white people doing white people stuff. And everybody there at the event is at least, halfway towards full racial consciousness. And a lot of them fully are, but they're intelligent about how they talk about it and what they do with that knowledge. They're not out there wanting to do, Fed posty psyop stuff. They're not wanting to blame the Jays. They actually want to take their destiny into their own hands. And that's why it is a loose cluster of guys that I've been trying to get the Go Free method into. And that's why I took them a big box of the Go Free books last year. And as you could tell from meeting them, many of them have adapted it into their lives and speech patterns and things already. Yeah. And that is how we are going to influence these bigger, higher profile content creators with dozens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of subscribers, is by getting the people who financially support them to start using the lexicon and using the Go Free method around them and in their chat, in the messages that they send to them, that kind of thing. And 2 or 3 of the content creators that were there, I have personally given them the Go Free knowledge, so I know that they have it. A friend of mine, one of my best friends in the content creators that you saw speak there, is Dave. He goes by the Distributist. He's been using the term anti-white for many years. He agrees with me that even though in academia and in certain circles he is unwilling to use anti-whiteism, I did convince him to start saying anti-white animus, and that's a step. So again, it's a good time for me. I've known a lot of these guys for like a decade. I've known a lot of these guys since the 2016 Big MAGA March, and I've been building friendships and connections with these guys a long time. And a lot of them respect me, like the people in this community respect me. And it was really good to see people come together that have their head in the game. They're doing intelligent things. They are encouraging other people to behave intelligently and not, go make yourself an easy target for the government, and don't just walk around naming the J all day long. Because obviously everyone in that room, they understand Ye's law, and they know that it's foolish to put your neck out on the line asking to be chopped. So, but I felt like it was a success. It was a great success last year, very similar to the event that you saw this year. So was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about or want to ask me about in regards to the event?
Well, yeah, I think that everything you're saying there, I saw as well. There are a lot of good folks, a lot of good guys that are obviously upset, disenchanted with the system. They can see the victimization of our people, and they're wanting to find an outlet, someplace to go. So I think it's a great example. What your interaction there is a great example of how so many of us can be self-starters and situational leaders, because this is a fertile environment for the spread of key concepts that will benefit these men and their families and the women that show up. And I wonder if you might, for a moment, speak to how this environment looked fertile to you, so that others who are out there and they're wondering if they can get involved and how they can accomplish something, where to do it, might be able then to see for themselves where there are possibilities to spread the lexicon.
Certainly. In my local area, I look for people who are out obviously doing stuff. And of course, where I live, that's almost always connected to church, specifically Baptist churches, because, well, you know what it's like to live here. But
yeah.
My cousin works with people who play basketball. One of his best friends from school is a black guy, good Christian man, used to go to church with us. They understand the problems with drugs and degeneracy being pushed on children in schools. So for the last 20 years, they have had their own basketball training camp for kids in middle school and high school. And they use that as a device to get to tell kids what's up about drugs, to tell people that, hey, there's people in the government, there's people in schools, there's people in academia. If you're white, they're going to be anti-white at you. If they're black, they're going to try to use you. They're going to try to, get you mad at white people or anybody else because of your race. My cousin and his friend have been doing this for years. I've met a lot of good people in the area doing that. Look for people that are already motivated, doing things that matter for their communities. Repairing fences, helping old people get to the store, doing food drives or doing charity things with local churches or schools. I'm not saying that this is where you're going to find people that are racially conscious. That's not really the goal here. The goal is to meet good-hearted, motivated people that care about making a difference, even if it's just around where they live. These people have the gift of communication, charisma, gab, and a personal drive for either business or charity or both. And these are people who are massively, massively influential in local communities. These are the people that locally, grandma down the street, Sally that goes to church, my friend Benny or Benjamin or whoever that goes to work with me, local community pillars are more important than the president of the United States when it comes to who they'll listen to about things locally. And if you can get to people like that, drop lexicon, drop MCs, that is how you can start spreading lexicon. And I've already told you guys, going back 2 years ago, I've gotten people, well, before we stopped going to the church when the preacher changed, but even back when I went to church with my mother, I had people saying anti-white there. Even had a couple of people say anti-whiteism at that church. And it wasn't because I was talking about anything bold or vehement. I wasn't, raising my voice and blaming people and pointing fingers at groups. I was just pointing out, hey, you probably shouldn't phrase it that way, because when you act like this universality in Christianity applies to everyone equally, that's kind of anti-white, because, we're in a white country and the things being done to us are explicitly anti-white. You should probably phrase it that way. Now, I didn't get the preacher to change tack because he was 78 years old, but, and the new guy who came in was, he was about what you would expect. He was like a 35 or 36-year-old anti-white shit-lib idiot. And basically the church died after that. So that's just how that goes. But reach people that are already doing things. That's how I got involved with these people. I looked out into the world, into America, and said, who is doing stuff that I think is okay, and who can I meet? I met Don the Pleb. I met some MAGA folks. I met some Mises Libertarian people. And of course, all the people you bump into are not going to be our guys, but a lot of them will be. And a lot of the people that I've met in all these different camps, disaffected liberals, old libertarians, right-leaning libertarian Ron Paul types, a lot of these people are plenty racially conscious enough to embrace the Go Free method and the lexicon and do our work for us. And that's what I try to do as a unifier. I meet a lot of different people from different camps. I talk to thousands of people a year. And sort of like Jason, I kind of say the same things all the time. But there's a reason for that, is because I have developed from listening to him and developing my own ways of speaking over years and years about this stuff. I say the same things on repeat to all these groups, and it matters because I feed directly into Dave the Distributor, Charlemagne, Basket Weavers, Radical Liberation, Academic Agent, and these people are all friends with bigger content creators like the Romanian V, like Carl Benjamin of Lotus Eaters. And these people behind closed doors talk to us. They hear our lexicon. Like Carl Benjamin knows my name. He talks to me in private groups sometimes. And he's the guy who leads the Lotus Eaters. And he understands the points that we make about anti-whiteism, about mass migration. He understands all of that. So the way that you can influence people and that you can make a difference and spread the lexicon is be social and find other people in person, if you can, internet if you have to, that are doing things around where you live or doing things in an area you can get to physically. Make yourself available. You see people repairing something and it's obviously a community project and not like a paid work thing. Get out and go shake their hands and say, hey, I see you guys are repairing this fence, or you guys are clearing trash here. You need an extra set of hands? Boom, you're in. You have an in. In your local area, maybe you have a Telegram group for your suburb or where you live out in the boonies. Maybe you have a Discord or something like that where you meet people that get together to trade ammo or shoot guns or trade food and equipment for farms. Volunteer for that. If you don't have any way to ingratiate yourself with these people, it's more difficult for you to do that, but you still can. Everybody who works a farm, everybody who runs their own business, everybody who works a church or any type of charity, everybody always wants a kind face and helping hands to show up and get the job done faster. You be that person. Yeah. You get out there, white well-being advocate. You go be that extra set of hands. You go donate stuff to that food bank. You shake hands and get to know people wherever it is that you live, wherever it is you think you can make a difference. Get in front of people, and while you're being a good person, while you're being a good Samaritan, drop some MCs when they come up.
Yeah.
Use the Go Free lexicon. These things matter because when you influence people that are already motivated doers, that's how you start having success. It's how I've been able to inject these positive ideas and our lexicon into so many different content creator communities, is by doing exactly what I just told you. So there you go.
Beautifully said. We can't be irresolute. And what you just heard, folks, is absolutely resolute, laser focused, getting out into the world. And the concepts, the dialectics of the Go Free method, you can think of it as like a martial art, like a kung fu.
Absolutely.
It works. And so you'll keep doing it. You don't need novelty. And that's one of the things that is a big bane in white sympathetic sphere is this endless search for novelty. And the great lovely Porridge has talked about that in some great posts that I've read of his, where people just want, after a time, they want a new way to doom document, a new set of words to doom dissect. But that is to be a recreator. That is not to be doing something positive in the world, for changing the world for the better. And so what Yizz is doing, folks, the opportunities are everywhere out there for you. And one of the ways, she just talked about this like spectrum of things that you can do to get into different groups and get to spreading these and doing an immense amount of these concepts and doing an immense amount of good. She's also, of course, you know, content creator on YouTube, and she writes, and she has this wonderful the Corner Club on Substack, and an article from back on the 22nd. Why do we always lose? A method for the madness. If you
I was proud of that article.
You've got. I'm proud. I'm proud of you for writing it. It's a magnificent article. Please tell the folks about it.
I wrote this article because I've been wanting a long time to have a nice thing I can link my friends. A lot of my friends have Substacks. A lot of my friends are intellectuals. They like economics. They like the kinds of things I've been interested in my whole life: guns, economics, politics, history. Not so much the specter of World War II and that kind of white identity, but like Western identity, going back to the Roman Empire, talking about different ethnic groups and ethnic religions all throughout Europe. That stuff's really interesting to me. So I have a lot of friends like that. And they'll ask me, well, Yizz, why should I pick up the Go Free method? Or why are you always harping on these words and phrases that you never shut up about? And I decided to make an article that I can just share, and I can always link to people when it comes up. And that was the impetus for this article. And I won't say his name on your channel, but GLR are his initials. And he was a guy that I listened to a lot of. I've never been what Jason calls an ant-nat. I've never cared about that as an identity for myself. But because of how I was raised and what my family taught me, I always knew that a lot of what we were told about Mustache Man and the mid-century Germans was between bunco and war propaganda. And I was also raised to know that Hollywood isn't history. So I had a very neutral view of people who liked the spicy pinwheel, so to speak. So GLR, I took his villain persona with a grain of salt, especially because he used it directly for agitation and to rattle cages. But one of the haunting things that always stuck with me was a recording of him speaking to a private home of a dozen or so concerned white folks. And one of the things that he said that haunted me for years was, why do we always lose? The masses are on our side. White people, poor and wealthy, they see what's going on. We go on stage, we talk about the truth, we talk about relative things, we make our cases with ironclad morals, with ironclad factoids. Why do we always lose? Why are the Marxists and the leftists and blah, 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 and all these other types of anti-whites, why do they always crush us? Why do they win in the public eye? Why do they win in the public sphere? Well, that question haunted me for years, and it's one of the things that drove me to become a content creator. And one of the things that I discovered along the way around 2016, 2015, was a book by Charles, let me look his name up real quick, Charles Chappell. Charles Chappell wrote a book called Hammer the Patriot. It's a very sort of Southern Christian, white identity, fire and brimstone type of book. And don't take this as an insult, Jason. It's similar to what I think you try to do with the Go Free method, which is create ideas, create some example questions and example answers, and instruct the reader on how to formulate their thoughts and how to combat lies and hostile ideas in the world around them. I read this book and I implemented some of it, and I found that it mostly didn't work. I found that there were critical flaws in the approach that most of the book, the way I felt that it was created, was to win arguments against rabid anti-whites, to win arguments against anti-white politicians, anti-white professors, etc. The focus on it was using abstractions intelligently that can defeat the abstractions of your anti-white opponents. And while that did make me a better arguer, it taught me how to shut down and lie and point out hypocrisies within the existing framework of anti-whiteism. It was not dispelling the narrative, and it wasn't creating anything that was a solidified method or positive identity that any listener could take from it. And so I felt like, yeah, I'm winning arguments. Yeah, I'm getting an anti-white or a shitlib to shut up. Yeah, I'm getting people to laugh at this detractor, but I'm not leaving them with anything lasting. I'm not building anything positive that will grow. I'm not planting seeds that will matter. Yeah. And so that's why I ended the article. About half the article is just talking about the Go Free method, why it works, why I think it's valuable, what I think is genius about it, because I wanted to have all of this in a nice, fast, easy to. The article's real short, by the way, guys. I sent the link to chat. You can read it in a few minutes. It's not a long article, but it concisely lays out why I think that the Go Free method is a winning strategy for anyone who wants to cultivate positivity and dispel the specter of World War II and get away from that cancerous narrative. This is the way. This is how we do it. And that's why I wanted to have an article about exactly where I started and what I walked through in like the last 8 years of building racial consciousness and trying to find a way to be positive around that and counter the negative anti-white stuff in the world around me. And finally, I found the Go Free method. I found the white well-being community. And that's why I've been active with you guys the last 2.5, 3 years, is because what you're doing works. I see the results in my personal life. I hear about the results from dozens of others I've shared the method in the lexicon with. What we're doing matters. And I see that all of the hundreds of our best activists that are out there in chat, sending emails, in people's live chat, we're making a difference because we're actually making our lexicon and our ideas pop up in much higher profile folks than any of these other methods I've tried could ever hope to reach and hope to influence. So that's what the article's about, and I hope that you all read it, and I hope you enjoy it. And feel free to share it with others. It's a great breakdown. That's a short, easy to read article that tells people why the Go Free method is worth checking out and why specifically it is the antidote to what ails us.
Magnificently unpacked there for everyone. If you do, folks, follow Yizz and make sure that you're getting the alerts when she posts new things. This article you absolutely could share with everybody who is concerned with what's happening to Western kind, Western civilization, and to take that next step, because so many people, this is the story, this little article here is the story that so many experience. They pick up a method, a practice, they go implement it in their world, and some of those approaches are just total disastrous for them from start to finish. Some of them, they'll have experience where they have some successes kind of here or there, depending on the people that they're talking to. And the successes defined as maybe being able to one up a radical anti-white or be able to really piss off an anti-white. And then juxtapositioning those examples in this article with adopting the Go Free method, going out into the world, and then changing minds and seeing that it can be throttled up or throttled back, depending upon who you're talking to, and then wins incessantly every time, as long as you apply it consistently. Mm-hmm. And you're not too burdened with some of the old teachings. But I wonder if you have recollection of prior to going free, and in this earlier part of the article, you're talking about some of these other methods. If you have some recollections where you lost, now you don't have to tell us exactly what you were sharing with the person, because it might be really objectionable and it might get the AI to listen in. But what did it feel like to you, that pain? Because we've all, or most of us to various degrees, if we've gone out at all to try to talk with others about this, have felt it. But there are going to be a bunch out there who haven't, and they're still investing emotionally in things that simply don't work. So I wonder if you might share from those earlier years the kind of sting of loss in trying these other avenues, these other approaches.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's losing arguments. It's losing heart. It's feeling that flame wither and about to go out. Because out of all of the historical revisionism stuff I've learned, I've basically had to unlearn every lie about history that's ever been told. I spent years of my life studying what you would call historical revisionism. And the pain of that was realizing I have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours of my life going down rabbit holes, listening to videos from cancerous Hitler worshipers, reading things from people that have nothing but hate and bile in their heart against Jews and blacks and everybody else, just to try to learn what I've been lied to about. And I have that stink, that filth in me of just having to try to learn all of that for years and years and years. And then not being able to reach people because, big surprise, most people don't care. They don't give a shit. They don't care about who did what in history. They don't care who shot what boat. They don't care if there was a chimney attached to the building or not. They don't care about any of that. They don't give a shit. They don't care. So all of that time and effort was absolutely wasted. That's when in the teens, I started looking for other methods, other ways to approach things. I didn't really have a method that I tried outside the Go Free method. I tried Chappell's book, some of the things in that Hammer the Patriot book, but at that point in my life, I wasn't really actively engaging in person with the detractors and anti-whites. I was already severing myself from that kind of socialization. So the only things that I would argue with anti-whites, the only venue in which I would argue with anti-whites was things like Facebook, Twitter, that kind of thing. And despite feeling like I could win an argument, it's like, how long can you feel good about stealing candy from a kid? Like the type of people you meet to argue with, if you're only in it for the spectacle and feeling good about yourself for winning an argument, you're not doing anything good for our people. You're not actually planting seeds. You're not cultivating. You're not building anything that matters. And for someone like me, that made all of those victories and all those approaches hollow. It was hollowing me out. I was becoming dark and depressed and suicidal because I couldn't do anything. I saw from George, almost said his name, from GLR to all of the different people that I was influenced by to try to make a difference. I could see that, well, I'm trying to do what I've learned from them, but I'm trying to change it because it failed for them for years. We're still worse off than we were in the 80s, worse off than we were in the 60s, worse off than we were in the 40s. Things keep getting worse. These methods and these ideas and these talking points and the historical revisionism and pointing out, percentages of groups that own this kind of wealth and the overrepresentation of who in media and in corporate boards of investors and things, none of that mattered. And I couldn't do anything with all of those thousands of hours of reading and listening and practicing. None of it mattered. And that was really disheartening. So that's not a particular incident of loss, but it's sort of just the grinding down, the erosion of spirit, the dwindling of my flame that hurts. Yeah. And once I discovered the white well-being community and embraced the Go Free method, all of that changed. It's just a reverse of that, because now I feel like I'm planting positive seeds and spreading positivity. I'm encouraging people to speak intelligently and correctly, not just in a scientifically proven way that works, but in a moral way, in a relevant modern way. Yes. And that's what lands with people, because like I even point out in the article, I'll even read it to you here. Let's see here. Let's see. I said something that, here we go. We've all discovered that facts don't care about your feelings. Kuna understands that and designed his method as an intelligent modern solution to the abysmal modern problem. So that's where we're at right now. We live in the age of spin and press. We live in the age of feminine emotions. The divine feminine has swollen to be what the expression of civilization is now, sadly. And so feelings don't care about your facts. So it's not like you can convince people with historical revisionism and crime statistics and demographic percentages. That all falls flat and doesn't influence anybody. The people that's going to influence, they already know. They already know. And to encourage people, or not to encourage people, to plant the antidote in people that will help defeat this anti-white animus, the anti-whiteism we face, it's going to take something very ingenious, a modern solution to a modern problem. And that's what the Go Free method is. And so that's sort of the summary of what this article is. But I still encourage you to read it, because when I get time to think about my words and order them, the flow is much better than just me speaking off the cuff like I am now.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the read, folks. It won't even take long, even if you're not a great reader, but it's definitely worth it, because you'll get a much deeper understanding, exactly as she says, constructed in a way that it's delivered perfectly for
Thank you.
The ability to understand, comprehend what you're reading. Yizz, where can people find you, and when are you doing shows?
Well, I'm going to share my Substack link here. Please follow me on Substack. It doesn't cost you any money. I've only written a few articles, and they're all free. You can follow me on Rumble, which I'm going to share now. I'm growing quickly on Rumble, by the way.
Nice.
So please help me grow on Rumble. You can follow me here on YouTube, of course. You can find me there. And, of course, you can follow me on Odyssey. The reason I brought up Odyssey, Rumble, paired with my YouTube is my main stream each week that I do, quote unquote, for work. I love entertaining. I like being infotainment. When you look at entertainment news media, like The Daily Show, that kind of thing influenced me when I grew up. The comedy shows on Comedy Central and MTV in the 90s when I was a teenager, those influenced me too. So I like being a little bit of a shock jock, a little bit of a news commentator. I like memes. So I built a really fun show around not just informing people, but encouraging people to take the right action and say the moral things in their lives, while also getting to cover up-to-date current events, news, that kind of thing, and share memes and funny videos and have a fun time laughing with friends. So I have a variety show every Monday night called Discordant Dragons. It's at 6 p.m. Eastern every Monday night. It does not stay up on YouTube because I get channel strikes when it stays up. We don't say things particularly egregious, in my opinion, but when you share memes and you share clips of things and you look at cartoons and you share clips of Fox News and CNN and all this other stuff, apparently YouTube really hates that, and they give me channel strikes when I leave the streams up. But you can find the backlog on both Rumble and Odyssey. So if you can't catch it live on Monday night, that's why you should subscribe to me on Odyssey and Rumble. I might get purged from YouTube any day now anyway. So you should definitely follow me on Rumble and on Odyssey. But you can watch it on YouTube live if you catch it live. I stream to all three places live on Monday night at 6 p.m. It's called Discordant Dragons because the fun little framework is, I'm an old school nerd. I like Dungeons and Dragons. So the framework of the show is I pretend to be the ambassador to the Council of Worms, an old D&D box set. And in that setting, dragons sort of work with and lord over all the important empires and kingdoms to try to have power and control and all that. So I pretend like the dragons show an interest in planet Earth, and it's not actually role-playing. That's just a funny framing device for the show. And every week, the dragons pick 5 news articles. And my guests, they don't know what the news articles are going to be. And I nominate a party leader each week. The party leader gets to pick what dragon that we face first, meaning which article and which dragon's question we handle first. I spend all day Monday choosing the articles, typing up what the dragons will say, typing up a little history for what kind of dragon it is. I have wonderful artwork. I have a wonderful intro. I have wonderful stream elements made by our friend Lomax, who's in the chat with us tonight.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
So I have little question cards with the dragon's pictures on them. I have a beautiful intro with excellent sound. Thank you again, Lomax. It's a wonderful time. We have a lot of laughs. We cover serious topics. It's just a fun variety show. I have on great guests, people you guys might know. Aiden Paladin comes on. Don the Pleb comes on. I've had people on like Matt Christensen from over at the Matt and Blonde show on Sunday. I have on people occasionally that are higher profile, very rarely. Usually it's people of, around my popularity level. So usually no more than 10 or 20,000 subscribers. But I love my show. I have a lot of fun with it. And it's how I pay the bills, so to speak. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, come check me out tomorrow night at 6 p.m. I'll be there. Jason has been on there a couple times. You're definitely welcome back whenever you like, Jason. I don't know if that kind of shows your cup of tea or not, but you're welcome to come back one day if you want. And it's just a fun time, and it's I feel like it's my element. I like information, I like education, I like white positivity, and I like being an entertainer. I like talking and laughing and telling jokes and creating memes. So that stream is sort of a culmination of all the things that Yizz is. In one fun stream formula. So if that sounds fun to you guys, come check me out tomorrow night. And I hope you have a good time with me.
Please do, folks. It's amazing. I enjoy it. I'm there in the audience. And I will be back on. I'll happily come back on the show at some point. It's a lot of fun, pertinent in the subject matter, a lot of laughs, and using a lot of the lexicon here during those discussions, especially from the great Yizz the Unifier. So it's been glorious having you on, sister, and I will definitely be there tomorrow night for the fun.
Okay, sounds great. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the stream. And I look forward to seeing you guys in my chat tomorrow. And be sure to read my article and share it with people. It's really good.
Please do, everybody. 10 seconds and we'll be right back. Always a joy to be able to be in the presence of Yizz the Unifier. Such positivity, such energy, and you can really feel when somebody is accessing in increasing amounts the voice of the West. It gets louder, it gets clearer for them, it gets more regular. You can see, you can tell it's this positivity, it's this can-do spirit, and I love it. I love to see it. And as long as we continue to do that, we'll continue to reach more and more people, and we'll continue to change the world that we live in, and continue to be the only group of people that are actually doing that, pushing back against anti-whiteism. Think about how amazing that is. Just genuinely pause to think about, you look around your house, look in the mirror, look at the car you drive, look at your job, look at your body in the mirror, we are the ones who have actually dealt a blow to anti-whiteism. We are the ones that are actually injuring anti-whiteism. We are the ones that are actually clawing back destiny. That's a truly amazing thing. And I want everybody to see themselves for the heroes, the workers of white magic that they are in today's world. There's nothing like it. Don't ever discount yourself, because there are plenty of folks out there that are going to be happy to do that, to discount you, that are going to be happy to say, there are enough asses in seats there. Asses in seats, right? To accomplish what? The asses in seats do nothing. Look at all the asses in seats for some of the biggest entertainers out there. What has it done? No good whatsoever. So, and share that with the people. And you can share also with those. We mentioned it again here. It came up again, the Yizz law. The fact that there are some Jewish people who will work together to punch back at somebody who strikes the entirety of the Jewish people does not mean that they run the world. To write that equation and come to that answer is a revelation of dank midwittery. We wish that we had a people in Western kind that every time we were slandered, there was a portion of our population that all worked immediately together to punch back against the people who were bad-mouthing us. We wish we had that. So stop being so jealous and mislabeling, and let's get to work on becoming a people and recapturing our destiny. Over here on Entropy, we have the great Vincent has financially gifted $5. Great to see you, brother. And he says with those $5, Charles Chappell, a.k.a. is that Zyger, that Yizz mentioned, is going to get 3 months of jail in Montreal, Quebec. It is a good book, but as Yizz said, designed to humiliate anti-whites. And then he adds with another $3 on top of that $5, bringing him up to $8 financial gift. Thank you very much for those 8 white well-being dollars. Those 8 throttle the out of these false leaders of the resistance against anti-whiteism dollars. He says Zyger is one of the smartest men he's ever met, and he hopes that he will one day go free. Well, we'll see. We'll hope you're right, good brother. Thank you so much, Vincent, for those financial gifts. And over here on D Live, we have 1 lemon of cryptocurrency being shared, being gifted by Guy on a Buffalo. Guy on a Buffalo has. Thank you so much, Guy on a Buffalo. Can't say that I've received a financial gift from a guy on a buffalo before. but I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. And over here on Cash App, we have, and we'll be getting to the comments and calls here directly. Over here on Cash App, we have a Western Kind United financially gifting 2 White Well-Being dollars. And he says, hail, brother. This is for the good work and white well-being. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Western Kind United for the good work and white well-being. Deeply appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. And looks like we have not missed anybody. The Great Mestizo Carf has shown up. He says, hey, Jason, did you see that the Gab thread I made about the anti-white Disney cartoon? No, I haven't seen it yet. Did you tag me on Gab? Is it have all the info there? Is there anything more that you didn't share with me or other comments on it that I should check out? The great Elaine Zabadino says, hails to Brant Danger and Yizz forever. Dragons and crowns and fire. Oh my, I love it. Thank you so much. There's the wonderfully talented Lomax Designs is in the building. Great to see you, champion. Magnificent job on everything that you did for Yizz. It is truly remarkable. Make sure you're there tomorrow, folks. Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check it out. It's the kind of thing that you'll get laughs. You'll be able to hear about some of the topics going on today in a way that can educate you. Not just the same old, same old. Promethean Kitchen says, what do you think about the interview that Tucker Carlson did with Andrew Tate? Personally, I think that Tucker Carlson went easy on him. I did not see it. Is it recent? I'll have to look that up. Should I review it? Would it be, you think, useful? Wow, look at what the great Slots wrote here, ladies and gentlemen. He's quoting Karlin Boroshenko. He says, quote, they're inserting language that helps white people subtly, close quote. That's Karlin Boroshenko talking about us. After hiring a researcher and doing her research to find out where's it all coming from. The only person, apparently with integrity, outside of white positivity, and she says, after observing what we're doing, her assessment was, quote, they are inserting language that helps white people subtly. Karlin Boroshenko. And he adds, oh, how sweet to the ears, no white guilt. God bless you, man. So true. They're adding language. They're using language that helps white people in their victimization. How dare they? All right. I'll have to check that out. Mestizo Carve. That's awesome. Thank you, brother. Tagged me, added some clips from this horrific cartoon that is anti-white as all hell. Nobody should be watching Disney. Don't let your children watch that garbage. Cool Papa J Magic in the threads says this. I've been telling conservative types recently that white people need to learn how to get offended and stop acting like taking offense to extremely and purposefully offensive things is dumb or weak. Let me just add, I am disgusted. I can't stand that nonsense. How they act like, oh, it's somehow weak to take offense. No, you need to be outraged. You need to be offended. And you see these conservative people who are misled by conservative content creators who, as a consequence, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I'm not bothered by that. I'm not bothered. Oh, you're teaching my child about masturbation? Not bothered by that. He goes on, you have no idea how much crap I get for this. Quote, wimp, snowflake. You're just a leftist crybaby. I've heard that too from these losers. Blah, blah, on and on. I get some support, but the reactions are generally to make fun of me. Then I KO them by saying something like, quote, so our white children are being psychologically abused with white guilt? taught to hate themselves and our people, white flighting into all kinds of degenerate behavior, but you're just too big and bad to be offended by it, grow up. Or anything similar. On the internet, people generally just in the conversation there, or they'll do some laughing emoji or whatever, but IRL, they tend to agree with me. We are so lost, but many are reachable. Someone can tell me if this doesn't align with Go Free, but I can't see why it wouldn't. It absolutely does. Perfectly articulated. It's one of the things that I will personally do with these people. I'll say, I will mock them. I'll say, oh, okay, so you're so big, bad, and tough that nothing could ever be done to you. Oh, you'd never lose your job, or it just wouldn't matter. You'd never lose your health care. It just wouldn't matter to you because you're big, bad, and tough. Well, what a degenerate, selfish coward you are, because all white people aren't as amazingly tough as you are. All white people aren't able to withstand being fired, losing health care, being taught to hate themselves and hate our people. Certainly our children. I guess you don't care about any of them at all because you're not offended at all. You're not outraged at all because what? You've been taught that somehow shows weakness. Grow up. And it's amazing how fast these conservatives pivot. They'll either pivot to run away because they are cowards, or they pivot and they're like, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I think they should be protected. So yeah, put them on the spot about how selfish and cowardly they are. When they say, oh, you shouldn't complain about it. Oh, it's not, what you can't deal with it, crybaby? Snowflake, you can't handle it? Oh, so you're okay with white children being abused mentally, emotionally, sexually, because you can deal with it. Very well put. Cool Papa J Magic. Fantastic. That Mr. says here in the thread, I'm glad you touched this topic because there's so much to say about this. First and foremost, if you think you can run a business around complaining about problems this serious, then you're either delusional or you have zero interest in fixing the problem, like Fuentes. He sold himself as a budding far-right politician, but that was just his SNL character that everyone thought was real. And he is still at that skit. He's an online comedian, raking money behind paywalls, just like Jesse Lee Peterson. If anyone can scrape a 3-digit IQ, they could damn well see through these clowns. People who want you to talk to JLP have the magical black person syndrome, and they're also stupid. JLP is one of the dumbest show hosts in history, a total hypocrite, and he couldn't care less about the white cause. He's raking money on your backs, which brings us to the main point. Why have we stagnated? Paywalls for one. You are here on YouTube in the field where people can find you, where you can change minds. Where are the people behind paywalls showing hours and hours of blacks beating up white women? What good is that doing? It's lining their pockets and demoralizing us. That's all. Our movement has reached a saturation point and is now devolving because I guess we can't take the next step or won't take the next step. And that is to create proper media. None of this half-arsed, oh, look, it's white art, it has to be good, crap. That's been going around for a while now. Real artistic endeavors with talent, not cope. We've talked enough. Time to start producing good stuff. Hey, that Mr. I wrote back to you. I don't know if you saw it, but if you have the time and the inclination, start a GFC dedicated to the creation of white artistic endeavors, music, paint, sculpture, poetry, prose, the whole 9 yards. We need that because we had a community that got started and then it was corrupted by Nazi LARPing, and you can't brook that one iota. So White positivity from start to finish. That's where our art is actually dedicated to us and not the LARP of a villain in somebody else's story. But please reach out. Mr. V is a great place to start. There are many others in the thread below in the description. You'll find. Thank you so much for that. John Garrison in the thread says, the fact that we are at the point where we are grappling for credit is very encouraging and is proof of progress. The lexicon has been injected, as Jason said. We are the heart, and it's our job to pump until the concepts are coursing through the veins of the West. Beautifully said, John, here in the threads. We have, let's look into the live chat and see what you all are saying. Promethean Kitchen says the interview was mostly Andrew telling Tucker about being masculine, and they went on for like 2 hours and 20 minutes just talking about that stuff. Well, nonsense. Maybe I'll check it out and we'll see if there's anything I can criticize. All right. I don't see anything else there in the live chat. We have Himpmaster Ninja in the thread who says, hey, I was talking to a member of this community last night, and the conversation drifted toward the war in Eastern Europe. I realized that what we do in service to white well-being here is far more important to the future of both Ukraine and Russia than anything that those who are fighting are doing. Another thing that just occurred to me is if you listen to commentators when they get video of a missile hitting an APC or an artillery shell hitting a tank, they talk about the loss of the machine because they don't value the lives of the 3 to 10 white men that were just inside or riding on top. It's really sickening. To be fair, many have done a lot of hard work to uncover the true human cost of this war. I'm not talking about them. Thank you very much, Hemp Master Ninja. Ashen Duke is here. Hello and welcome. We have the Papa, who is cool and has magic all about him. I don't care about sports, but I do care about white erasure. It also bothers me to see grown men as well as white children idolizing non-white team members, wearing their jerseys and collecting their cards, obsessed with learning about their stats. Some may not think, pardon me, this is a big deal, but it is. There are plenty of talented and admirable white men, and our kids should be identifying with our people. If this is something you do, I'm not trying to insult you. It's not wrong to appreciate the talent of non-white people. But when the vast majority of people on your favorite team are non-white, white erased teams, and you basically center your life around sports, that's a lot of love and devotion spent on entertainment that doesn't benefit our people at all. In fact, it's harmful to our people, in my opinion. My correct opinion, he adds. That's love and devotion that can be given to your wife and children, bettering yourself and promoting the well-being of our people. He finishes up with, or he also adds this, I should say. I have a comment on a recent Matt Walsh video about the new Indiana Jones movie that has 1.3 thousand likes and some good conversation in the thread. It was about exactly what you're saying, that these companies, Hollywood, media, etc., don't care about money. They care about conforming to the ruling ideology, which is anti-whiteism. Many people get it. It just seems the misleadership wants to obfuscate as usual, like Tucker. I also have a second comment on the same video with almost 400 likes, where I use the phrase anti-white meme pathogens. So, when folks are wondering in the coming months and years, where did meme pathogen come from? It's now being said everywhere. This is where this lexicon resonates. We just have to pound it into vague heads. Just checked from my alt account, And it turns out most of my replies to those in the threads are now hidden. I can only see them. Thanks, YouTube. Oh, well, still a win. It's absolutely still a win, brother. God bless you, man, for all your efforts. All those people saw it before they got to it. The Great Reptile says here, great stream, Jason. The family and I send our very best. Now, to be honest, you let someone punch you in the throat or in the face because you're too damn handsome and unrelatable. That's funny. Western Kind appreciates your sacrifice. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Reptile goes on. At least a week ago, a friend of the family member says, you sound exactly like Jason, the no white guilt guy. I take that as one hell of a compliment. I must be thinking and speaking like a true man of the West. So can you. All you have to do is go free. Thank you so much for saying that, brother. This is a truly valuable human being. The family, they're wonderful folks. Producers, contributors, wonderful human beings. And one of the awful things that those playing villain out there, the me-nots, the villain role folks, one of the awful things, the J-Spurgs that they did to initiate the divorce and to prevent people from listening to us, to ostracize them, is they would say, oh, you sound just like them, as though it's something bad, when they sound just like the fools that are ruining their lives. They sound just like the idiots that are harming Western Kind with their J-Spurging, with their villainy role-playing, with the Nazi LARPing and everything else. They all sound the exact same. So you can sound a way that benefits you, benefits your family, brings infinitely more women into the endeavor than anything, all of the other things put together, and times several times. You can either do that, or you can sound like the idiots, look like a fool, be a villain in somebody else's story, and have your life ruined by the effort. We're going to get to your calls in 1 minute, right after a little bit of this great piece.
So we've been told to just stay quiet about this whole case right here with Jussie Smollett and Bubba Wallace and all the other hoaxes out there, or else we're terrible people, you know. Well, the truth was exposed, but listen. One must ask why one would want to fake a hate crime. The answer you will find is smoke the master hate mine. Jussie Smollett's not a liar, he's an anti-white scum. Darryl Brooks is not a car, he did mass murder and hit and run. ESPN is still pushing this falsified news narrative. Well shit, Bubba, maybe you should be in the air for some clarity. We don't ever get the truth whenever it comes to this hate for us. These are the simple steps whenever it goes this way for us. It goes 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Bitch ass white supremacists, when the hate crime shit does not exist. I oppose the white erasure, you're damn right I'm intolerant. Speaking of white people, it's okay to be that all my life. Aw damn it, there I go again, charge me up a fine. Erasure is their savior, only for the ones who's hating life. Gotta push diversity, but only if the country's majority white. Well, if you don't stand for white wealthy, then you can't get right with me. Call me a white supremacist, I can't help, I'm white and supreme. Of course it doesn't always work out that way with both of those things, because we face layers of weak traitors, and that is proof to me that I should focus on my race to educate and critique. There is nothing worse than a white leftist think we all agree. So fuck the fake brothers who sold out for the Smollett. I'll never work against the fam, my life I risk for all of them, cause we truly need justice, and you cannot justice. I know they'll try to hush this, but come for me and I'll bust this. Plus there's a whole lot of honkies that will be mad if I'm dead, and it ain't nothing to them but taking off with your head. Yeah, every one of them keeps that bow. In case you try to do them like that, we'll handle ourselves properly. Going free, you can't stop to see it go. 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it now, the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Yeah. Just some things for y'all to remember. I'm fulfilling my prophecy by breaking this down for you logically. And this is the only song I've ever used autotune on. I'm just having fun. Yeah.
Very cool. That is RC the Realist, ladies and gentlemen. Another magnificent artist and service to white well-being. And a big salute to that champion. We're going to make a call right now to WordConqueror, who is on the call list. Here we go. Hello, brother. Promethean hails to you, and what's on your mind tonight?
So something I was gonna say is there's been a lot of successes lately, and for example, I'm very proud of this community. One example is that there was this guy, White Student Transmission or whatever. He reached a member of the Hungarian parliament who said that he was going to buy his book that talked about, you know, anti-whiteism and all that stuff.
Nice.
And that's, I don't know if that country outright resists white erasure, but it is one of the most, it is one of the countries which is the most notorious for pushing white erasure. And I say notorious, I know that word has a negative connotation, but in the minds of the public, you know, that is an evil thing to do, to say that European indigenous peoples in their countries have a right to remain there as the majority. And the other thing I was going to say is, so thank you to the people who helped me create some parts of the lexicon in other language, or who are helping me. I think there was this guy named Olav. I can't pronounce the rest of his name. It's Norwegian, but he helped me make the Norwegian version. Then Hans de Skipper, and then I think it was a guy from Latin America, Masmi Rabbit. I don't remember if I said that right, but thank you to all those people. And I think what I was going to say is I think there are a lot of opportunities to reach out to other countries, right? And something I would recommend people do if they want to learn about anti-whiteism in other countries, and the countries that sort of resist anti-whiteism, is there's actually, what's interesting is one of the few useful things I did when I never went like, you know, full on, I never went like the 1930s direction. I wasn't that far down, you know, the thing, but I was an ant-nat at one point. And when I think the only useful thing I did was I would look at these videos, I would say, you know, and of course I used their words to look it up, because they wouldn't use my words, or even if I had the words which you would have given me, they wouldn't have said, oh, you know, countries that oppose, you know, white erasure. They would have said, you know, evil, far right, you know, blah, 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 government. And I said, and I looked up, you know, far right, and then each name of each European country, because I was desperately hoping that there was these countries that were resisting anti-whiteism.
Right.
And I didn't have the words to use at the time, but it was very interesting, because once I used your lexicon and looked back through these videos, I was like, oh, wow, because you can actually start to see through their bias once you use lexicon. And I'll give you an example. There was the video about Denmark, right? They're like, oh, Denmark used to be the most tolerant country of immigrants until they all became, these evil racist white people who didn't want to be, white erased.
Right.
And I'm like, it's almost like there's a cultural arms race now, and they aren't allowed to have their own values and whatever represented in their society.
Yeah,
and it's funny because
well
they're like, "Why? I have no idea why all of a sudden, Denmark has become the strictest country on immigration, and is like indefinitely imprisoning people because they don't want them in their country, but they can't kick them out because our quote unquote democracy of the EU won't let them, right?"
Right.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is I really recommend, if you want to learn about other countries and anti-whiteism in other countries, or how countries are pushing back against anti-whiteism, look at these documentaries by like anti-whites about, countries. And sometimes they'll actually find villain LARPers, unfortunately. But what a lot of times happens, right, is they'll go to a country like Poland or whatever that's sort of resisting white erasure. And they'll be like, oh, these evil far-right people want to continue the existence of their culture or whatever.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh, this is literally a threat to democracy. And it's funny because it's just, you look at everything so different. But there are unfortunately times when the people who make these documentaries, they sort of win the moral battle. Even with the Go Free narrative, they sort of win the battle, if you get what I'm getting at. Because some people do legitimately villain LARP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
And we've seen that on the internet, but I mean like in person, like it's actually interesting. It varies based on country, but the reason I say this specifically is because there was this guy from Denmark who I planned on reaching out to, and he was this influencer. And I almost reached out to him, but there was this thing, and at first I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not going to mention who he even is, but basically I found out that he may have been a person we don't really want to associate with anyways, and it's not villain LARPing stuff, it's something else that really makes me uncomfortable. But I guess what I'm getting at is that we are eventually going to need to reach these countries, right? And we don't have to do it now. There will be other people who might do it or whatever, but in the future, something I highly recommend is like watching these like anti-whites, make these anti-white documentaries on YouTube about, the right-wing organizations in other countries like, France or blah, 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 because it's very interesting. And I'm sorry for taking so much time.
No worries.
But the last thing I was going to say is it also helps us learn how to talk to these people in other countries and what to say to them to sort of help them defend against, white erasure and all this horrible stuff. And so a good example, right, is that they'll defend abstractions. They'll be like, oh, we don't want Muslims in our country, right? We're not, the anti-whites, the racist, when really everybody knows that, if they imported a bunch of, Christians from, Cameroon, Poland probably, the Polish people, maybe the Polish government would go along with it, but the Polish people probably wouldn't be okay with it, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So even if they respected the Cameroonians, which I'm sure they would, they probably would. I don't know. They could. Some of them could be villain LARPers too, but it's not about what religion, what blah blah blah, because they're going to use anything they have against white people because it's an anti-white agenda, right?
Right.
So, in fact, we can use Islam against them, right? Because if we play our cards right, obviously they're going to use it against us a little bit, but who was a Muslim more likely to side with? A nice conservative white man and woman who, or like a drag queen who wants to deconstruct the white race or something, right? Who are they going to side with? They're going to side with the nice conservative white couple, right?
Right.
And there's also a lot of racially conscious stuff in the Quran, I think, but don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. But I think, a lot of those older cultures and just people in general in the past were more aware of that subject. At least they still are in those countries, I'm sure. But
yeah,
in the West, we're taught that it, because of anti-whiteism, it doesn't exist. Yeah. The last thing I was going to say is on my Substack, Destroy Anti-Whiteism, I'll eventually start posting the lexicon in other languages. That was the last thing I was going to say. Sorry for taking so long.
No, please. Can you send me your link for your Substack on Skype here so that I can add that to my list? And everybody also remember, Final Blossom has a Substack as well, and it's totally out of this world great. So yeah, send me that and we'll be able to share your Substack moving forward, brother.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Have a great day. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails to you, brother. Anytime. Bye-bye. Folks, that was WordConqueror. And that was a magnificent call. I really like his idea. So he's got a Substack and he named it. So follow his Substack as well. You're going to be following Yizz. You're going to be following Final Blossom. Who else has a Substack? We have Biospirit of the West has a Quora. I think you can follow those as well, right? Follow all. We have to be following each other. This has to be very tightly knit, our community. We have to be very focused. How many times have we heard that back in the day, the left, right, the Marxists or whatever, fit in there anything you want. They are a focused, tightly knit, tightly wedded together community, and that's how they get things done. And then they say over all the years, thank you, WordConqueror, awesome guy, man, really rocking it for white well-being. Thank you so much for your service, hero. They say this all the time, and at many conferences, meetings, etc. over the years, they've said, well, and you invite 100 people to a meeting, a conference, symposium for white people, and you got 100 different opinions. Well, that's a problem. That's not just something you laugh off, which is what they do. That's a problem. We have to address the selfish individualism that is intrinsic to Western kind, at least in my opinion. I could be wrong. But that's how we see the world. I really like the idea that WordConqueror was sharing there about watching anti-white documentaries. You'll see firsthand the meme pathogens, MPs, anti-white ideas. You could also refer to them as anti-white isms, as another way to use the concept anti-whiteism for the totality. So anti-white isms, that's of course in Go Free as well. And these ideas, you'll get to see them in use. And it's a good way to kind of train yourself, familiarize with what you need to be inoculating yourself against. Much of that is going to end up in the public discourse, meaning at your dinner table, at your water cooler, at your lathe, in your group online. You got to be prepared to shut it down when it shows up righteously. I really like how WordConqueror came in doing all of these things, self-starting, right? He started off on a wrong path like the vast majority of us, because that's what's out there in the narrative for us to follow. And then he corrected and he said, whoa, this is more in keeping with who I am. I'm not a villain in somebody else's story. I'm a good guy in my story. I'm a hero in my story. I'm not going to LARP as somebody else. I'm going to be the hero in my story. So he comes over and he's doing these self-starting situational leadership on several different things. He talked about language working on. He talked about watch the documentaries, right? He's got a Substack, all of these different things. But what does he start off with? Please celebrate everybody who has helped me. And then he's naming them, Masumi Rabbit and others. That's the kind of character and integrity, scruples that you need to have, that a real man of the West or woman of the West actually has. And those are the kind of people we want to elevate, because those are the kind of people we want doing more of good for themselves and for all of us. Those are the kind of people we want folks emulating, trying to do the same and go further. That's what we want. That's the ideal. So God bless you, World Conqueror. You're welcome to call in anytime. And since we had the interview tonight, we had a little bit of a shorter time. I wanted to make it more like around 60 minutes for calls. We had about 30 minutes. World Conqueror was the one who reached out and said, hey, I want to call. I got some exciting things to share and some constructive things for people to do. That works out beautifully. We have great people. Nat Quinn, hello, sister. I think I saw you earlier. Yeah, I did. And who else do we have here? We have Zed Boykin. Hello and welcome to you. Great to see you. Remember, folks, if you're brand new to Going Free, there's the great Montana kid. Saw him again earlier. White Wolf is with us. Wonderful to see you. The great Victorian time traveler. Wonderful to see you, champion. If I didn't mention that earlier. But remember, if you're new, you're just watching, you're just listening. I want these gatherings, but at any of my roll-ins where I'm here, I'm available. I want to talk. I want to be a guy for you to be able to approach. Come on in. I'm like Santa Claus. Come here. Sit down, ask the questions, and we will help you go from where you are. You look at Yizz, for example. Great example. First, last, same thing. Did copious reading over the years. Invested all this time. What very often happens, people invest a bunch of time. They burn their reputations on this other garbage that's out there. They find out it's garbage later. And then they say, oh, it's the sunk cost fallacy. Thank you to First Last. Sunk cost fallacy. They think, I can't do something different now. My whole family knows me for this stuff. And I feel like if I turn back now, then all those errors I made, all the damage I did to myself was just a stupid thing. No, the stupid thing is continuing down a path that harms you. The smart, the heroic thing is to pivot off of that and then to get in to the method of going free. And you will find as many people have reached out. There are folks in this community that have Nazi LARPed. They thought that's going to be the way to go, and they kept getting into these conversations. They're like, this is actually not me, but they kept going, and they were sold on it that it's got to be the only. You just got to be the bad guy. There's nothing else in the world, just bad guy in their story. And they burnt relationships in the immediate family, friendships, and everything. They did all this worse than you could have done. And they turned on a dime. They turned on a dime. And what do? You go back to these people and you tell them, I was completely wrong. I made an enormous mistake. And I see that mistake now. I see how I went wrong. And I'm not going to be making that mistake again. My concern for the victimization of white people has always been noble and a virtue. It's always been a glorious thing for me to be concerned about and vectored toward. But I had been sullied. I'd been sullied by ugly and rotten people and this anti-white narrative that told me that if I'm going to push back against it, my options are really like to be a Tucker Pucker and to ignore race and make it into an abstract, ignore that we're being victimized on the basis of our race. Ignore this argument from retribution against the white race. Always just ignore it. Pretend like it has to do with anything else in the world. All these other abstractions. And accomplish nothing and continue to be the victimized imbecile that we see so many good conservative people that are misled by their misrulers, by their misleaders, by their miscontent creators like Tucker, or to go out there and be some kind of villain, some type of outright villain in the anti-white narrative. And how does it end up being juxtaposition like that? We've talked about it. It's binary. It's to dichotomize the world because this is what the brain is wont to do. But that produces failure in an infinitely complex system. Instead, you reject the options that are given you by the anti-whites and their anti-white narrative. You're not going to be an airheaded twit that suffers indignities all over the course of your life and abstractionize everything in order to stay away from the truth. You don't have to do that, and you're not going to do it, and you're not going to play the outright villain of everything is ugly in the world. Own the ugliness that they heap upon you if you're going to oppose anti-whiteism. Reject both. This is the best kept secret to putting an end to the victimization of white people. This is the special forces of putting an end to the victimization of white people. Recapturing our destiny, which is something you can begin to do right now. In yourself, in your own thoughts, with the concepts that we provide you. You have to build counter triggers. We teach you how to do it with the Go Free method. It's very straightforward, and it works beautifully. Did you ever think that in this world that is so infinitely anti-white, and that billionaires and centimillionaires and entire media empires and banking empires, and you've already heard it all if you've been following the doom documenters and doom dissectors, it's all in the hands of the anti-whites. And you can see all these nodes of power that we talk about. There's no recourse to injustice for us. Did you ever think that a concept would come along, a method would come along, a set of concepts, dialectics would come along, that you in your own thinking, that you in your individual lives could bring to your family, to yourself, to your colleagues, to your coworkers, to your fellow students, your peers, your fellow soldiers or sailors or Marines or airmen? Did you ever think that a concept would, a set of concepts and dialectics and a method, a very straightforward method, would come along that would defeat all of that? Of course, it had to happen. We are Western kind. We always overcome that which seeks to dominate and destroy us. We need merely now to continue doing these things, pushing these things, these concepts, these dialectics, in all of these environments, which are the battlefield of this contest for our destiny, therefore Western civilization, therefore our countries. We need only do that to recapture our destiny. It's no harder or easier than that. So God bless every one of you, every one of these leaders here, everyone, WordConqueror and so many others, have set down their names in all of history to be the change that we need to reclaim our destiny. Let me see what y'all are saying. If I missed anything, I see that Spud Ruckus over there, the dear sister, has followed us on D Live. Thank you so much for that. Folks, you might want to consider. I know it's a pain. I know it's a pain in the ass to make other accounts and have other passwords. You might want to consider following me on as many platforms as you can, because you never know when the anti-whites are going to just lower the guillotine and censor us as best they can into oblivion. And you want to be able to find us. You want to be able to find what's going on, because we're not stopping. I'm never stopping for white well-being. This is my destiny, and I can tell from many of you that it is your destiny as well, to be the hero in our story. Let me take a look at the live chat. We're about to get out of here. Victorian Time Traveler says, I feel the most guilty about people that I convinced to be LARPers. Thank you for saying that. That takes real integrity to stand up and say, I know I led people astray with that garbage I learned. Thank you for that, brother. Promethean Kitchen says, I'm hosting an event for the GFC. I was wondering if I can do a call in when it is done being set up. Yes, you absolutely can. Everybody is welcome to call in on Skype the last hour of our gatherings on Sunday. I am Jason Kuna, No white guilt on Skype. Reach out to me with a message. And if you're having a problem, let us know. And the mods can help. I can help. And we will have you on to have a chat. Who am I missing? There's a Julie here. Great to see you, sister, and welcome. Are you new? Are you a regular? Julie says, a new subscriber tuning in for the first time. Well, welcome. Thank you for showing up. We're glad to have you. If you have any questions, please ask. The good people in the community will help you out. I'll help you out. And if you have anything specific for me, make sure you tag me, and I'll see it. How much time? Oh, we're getting down there to the final minute and a half. We were having fun here with this music, right?
So we've been told to just stay quiet about this whole case right here with Jussie Smollett and Bubba Wallace and all the other hoaxes out there, or else we're terrible people, you know. Well, the truth was exposed, but listen. One must ask why one would want to fake a hate crime. The answer you will find is smoke the master hate mind. Jussie Smollett's not a liar, he's an anti-white scum. Dale Brooks is not a car, he did mass murder and hit and run. ESPN is still pushing this falsified news narrative. Well, shit, Bubba, maybe you should be in the air for some clarity. We don't ever get the truth whenever it comes to this hate for us. These are the simple steps whenever it goes this way for us. It goes 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Bitch ass white supremacist, when the hate crime shit does not exist. I oppose the white erasure, you're damn right I'm intolerant.
It's been an awesome gathering. Make sure you're active throughout the week. I have a video coming out on Tuesday. Check it out, share it with all your friends. It's about Dr. Carol Swain. And we'll see you all next time. I love you.
Only if the country's majority white.